Ah, my fly's down. Wait. Oh,
Hello,
wait.
everyone.
Are we going?
Jeez,
Let's go.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
We're getting it started tonight. Let's go. Let's talk
Look what
about
we
the
have
good
there.
shit.
Above us, sweet Elden Ring. And we're going to do things a little different. So we're going to be talking about it as we sort of venture through the game and just talk about different elements of the game. And we're just starting a new game with the character creation modes. We're just going to go with a stock character. We're either going to go Naked Wretch, or we're going to go with these other builds, be it Hero, Warrior, or Vagabond. Patch, Georgie, what would you want me to be on this adventure as you guide me through the lands of Elden
Hero,
Ring?
Warrior, or Vagabond?
Ooh.
All right, so I mean, we should talk about the character creator a little bit before we progress too hard, right?
Let's do
Because
that.
there's a lot to kind of unpack with all this. How did I end up in the settings of this? Hang on, I'm trying to get the stream open so I can see the gameplay as well. Because we're having all sorts of fun with tech tonight. Oh, I did have the stream open right here. What was I doing? I'm a hot mess. Anyway, so this character creator, I think, one bummed a bunch of people out because there were a bunch of classes that were in the beta apparently that were not here.
Oh, okay. I didn't
So
know that.
once we cracked open the seal on Elden Ring, right? I started going back. I started doing some research. I started looking into some shit. There were two classes. There was a Magic Knight and I think it was called Knight of the Blood Wolf or just a Blood Wolf or something like that. But they seemed like one was like a Dex Int build and one was a Strength Faith build.
I wonder why they changed
that
them.
They were not included. I think they put them in the beta as like a, hey, look at this cool later stuff you could possibly end up doing. To like entice a bunch of people. So that way when they start the game now, they're like, it's not there. How do I need to go find that shit.
Yeah.
So a bunch of people start the game immediately going, I need to recreate those classes from the beta, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Damn.
Now, the other big thing is this character creator that I think a lot of people don't understand is it's like not just a character creator, but you really choose like your starting difficulty. Really kind of like
I learned that the hard way.
Man, people were not prepared.
I was like,
I think like
Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. I went deprived. I can go deprived in this game. Nah, absolutely not.
So.
Yeah.
You totally can. It is doable, but you need to be a sweaty person to do it.
I don't think I'm sweaty enough.
I did mark
Too dry.
I did mark it as a wretch, and it was a nightmare, but I did it.
You did it?
Yeah,
Holy shit, I'm still struggling.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. It's like a challenge, isn't it? To do it with like a
yeah,
club.
I mean, so they're popular like Dark Souls games anyway, right? Is to do soul level 1 runs, so you just never upgrade.
That's it.
There's so much that I think people were already like, I'm gonna go into this, and that's gonna be the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm not even like people are already. Everyone's approaching this game very differently, which is made trying to watch streams a blast and a nightmare. Because like, man, I have not seen a single stream yet where people have found everything that other people have found. Yeah. There is no like comprehensive, I'm scraping everything, getting everything. And I think everyone has also resorted to playing off stream as well because of how big this game is.
Yeah,
oh God,
the game is huge.
I've been playing it more off stream than I have on stream, but for different reasons that we'll get into a little bit later.
We'll get into that soon enough.
We'll get into that. But we have a bunch of characters to start with. What would you say is so I usually go Wretch, but
right.
So my next build, I went Samurai, and then afterwards I chose Astrologer. My favorite so far is the Samurai.
So the Samurai feels like the most complete kit, right?
Yes.
It kind of feels like the most like fleshed out of the character off the bat. You get the Uchi Katana and the bow.
Yes.
Which, when choosing these characters, there's a few things you want to consider, right? You want to consider one, your like stats and what you want to build. Two, there's certain challenges that are way easier with certain characters. So my first character was a prisoner, and then I picked a confessor, right?
Oh yeah,
I went Dex in, and then Strength Faith.
Build here.
Yeah, the guy with the cape and the sword.
Does look pretty cool.
He kind of starts off as like your warrior monk almost, right?
Yeah.
But what I've learned is I think Confessor's my favorite of the starters, just because I've learned I like Strength and Faith the coolest in this game so far.
Okay. Well,
okay.
I've not tried Strength and Faith, so would you suggest I start as this?
I mean, might be a good shout.
I think it really depends on what you want to do.
No,
do you want to try to kill the first boss?
Yes.
How serious are you about
No, I'm not that serious about the first boss. It's fine. We know I'm not going to kill it. Even if I have a good build, we know I'm not going to kill it.
Recommended for if you want to kill the first boss, it's recommended you do it with a Confessor or a Samurai.
Oh.
Because the Samurai has a really good weapon art on his bow that lets you keep away a bunch. The Confessor also has their own heal, which you don't have with any other character to start the game. Yeah, you have no Estus to start. So, just something to consider. But
A or B,
we should definitely... I'm indifferent.
I'm indifferent too. Georgie, A or B?
Character creator in a Souls game is pretty it's pretty mid, right?
What's the difference?
In Souls games aren't good.
A is male, B is female.
Oh, okay. Let's do A.
A? We shall go with
A. Go for it.
Oh, we need a name. Right.
Can you just put Lord of Chat?
Lord of Chat.
Pogchord.
The Pogzord.
Pog. Oh, I can put Pog at the end. There we go. Lord of Chat Pog. There we go.
Excellent.
Right. We're not gonna go into the old sort of mechanics.
We're not gonna get into the nitty gritty here
because it is as deep as the game. There's a lot you can do to change your sort of look in this game. As in like eye color, your hair, the finer details. It's insane. So we'll go over this base look, I think.
Few things to note about the character creator. So someone went into it, and it's basically the same character creator that we've had in Dark Souls 1 and 3 and 2. Really, all they did was add new sliders. It's the same basic structure, though. They really didn't change that much for it.
Oh, okay.
Which kind of comes with the caveat and drawback that they really didn't add anything new to it. So there was a bunch of people looking for a little more variety in hairstyles, for more ethnicities and backgrounds and stuff that were lacking, right?
Right.
Yes.
So there was a little bit of like pushback on that, but I'm in no position to speak on any of those issues. That's out of my range of knowledge. I just know that they definitely got a little pushback on how limited it was, right?
Yeah.
Now, how are these load times for you, Kage? How does the game...
I'm already in. I'm in.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
The intro cutscene. I forgot we're on a delay.
Yes, yeah.
I will just say, I really like this intro. Like, I like the fact it's like all like artsy and designy, because obviously with the other intros, they kind of went with like an animation and like a whole like introduction.
Like a full cut.
Yeah, whereas like this is all like artwork that's been drawn and stuff. I love this. I think it's such a good way to introduce the game. Yeah. And
it's like Bob Ross just came in here and just went, we're gonna have a happy accident all over this.
Bob Ring.
It's so pretty.
Oh my god. Bob's on the council.
It's one of the Elden Lords.
He's the final boss.
Fights you with a big paintbrush and a tin of paint.
Oh my god.
Someone please make that.
Bob Ross created the painted world. It all makes sense.
Oh my god, yes.
Amazing.
Oh my god. Boss.
You know why he only has happy little accents? Because he poured all his despair into the painted world.
Oh, that's it.
It's a tragedy.
Deep, sir.
I love it. Stu actually made a super good point there. Well, the thing is, a lot of people complain about the lack of detail in creating their characters' faces, then wear a helmet that covers the whole head for the entire game.
Yeah, exactly. I don't disagree, but at the same time, you know, I think people want their representation, right? Which is fair.
Yeah.
So it's a very surface level complaint, and I think that was one people easily moved past, but it was just something of note that occurred.
Yeah.
No, I do agree. Yeah, I think representation is important. I think it's the exact same. I think it's like people should be able to just create a character that if they want to represent themselves or represent anything they want it to represent, and same with sexuality and everything in the games. You know, there should just be more variety and representation, you know. But it's funny when people do complain a little bit and then just completely cover up the character and don't even look at it for like the rest
weirdly,
of the game.
I think my mage character, I'm not wearing a helmet, which is weird. Normally in a Dark Souls game I do, but I'm not with this character. One, because I haven't come across any that like fit a mage type character. I've only come across like a lot of heavy armor.
Yeah.
But then two, I just like it starts you with the prisoner mask, which is cool and all, but I'm tired of looking like Griffith. All right, it gets old. Eventually, you're like, this is okay. I get it. This is everything in this game is a giant Berserk reference, except for the lore all over the place. This whole game.
Listen, we had fashion souls, now we've got fashion ring.
I like so I'm going with the term Elden Ring. I think
that's amazing.
Elden Bling I think is the
I love it. Oh, that's accurate.
It's so good.
Yes.
Now in typical Souls fashion, right? We have this intro cutscene that's basically just pointing at the WrestleMania sign, right? They're like, all right, here they are. Here's America's kids, the demigods. Wonder who you're going to have to fight.
Yeah.
Right? Which creates a very interesting thing for like some other characters.
Yeah.
Especially because some of those characters, they name drop and then you meet those characters very early and you're like, you just don't even think about it. You just move right past it. You're like, oh yeah, sure. And that is definitely, that's been in the news a bunch. There's so many things that have been coming out about this game that have caused like turmoil and discussion that are all just like fascinating, right? All the people getting mad about like, I didn't know about traps or I didn't know about this, that, like there's just, it's so good. It's maybe I'm like a masochist, a sadist. What's the one that gets joy from other? I don't know. I'm enjoying the Schadenfreude of everyone being really grumpy about this game.
Does a masochist enjoy inflicting pain, or do they enjoy having pain inflicted upon them?
That's I can never remember which one's which.
Wait, a sadist is the one that likes inflicting pain.
Yes, a masochist is one that likes pain inflicted on them.
That's it. Yeah.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but I know Dark Souls turned me into a bloody masochist. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. Oh, you liked it?
Oh yeah. Isn't that why we're all here? I mean,
yes. This game brings out your inner
I thought we
masochism.
all liked pain and suffering. That's what it's about. Jeez.
Wow. 15 minutes in, we've already found out.
It's not a chat lord stream until we start talking about someone's kinks.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Just wait till we get to yours, you know, as always.
This is a safe space, everyone.
I mean, so far I think they've all been
a safe space.
That's true, they are. They have actually all been yours, that's fair. It is a safe space. There's no shaming here.
No, there's no. We don't do any shaming. No shaming. All are welcome. Okay, I have the ring.
All right, so you're in.
Ooh.
Georgie, would you like to see the ring?
Oh, show me your ring.
So I guess. Oh boy. Oh
wait, where's my ring?
We're going places.
Oh, there
tonight.
it is. There's my ring. Wait there. I shall test my ring now.
Okay, quick.
So this is the new Praise the Sun, right? This is the new one.
Please.
Everyone just joins the YMCA.
Oh my god. Your ring is so huge.
It's so good.
Oh my god, that's massive.
Nice thick ring.
Wow. So this is playable. Wow. Well, I got lots of stuff running. That's a good thing to know.
Yeah. So my first experience here was I loaded in and myself and all those invisible ghosts running around were all just jumping in place. Everyone was just like, holy shit, we have a jump button. And that whole room was just filled with jumping ghosts. It was hilarious.
So like when
I was so excited.
The game, I think, sorry, Patch, like I think like all these signs are just like betrayal ahead and people like jump off here, item ahead. I wonder how many people have actually jumped off.
Well, you can tell by the bloodstain.
He's
quite a few. Yeah, he's just about to pop off. Whoa.
And the invisible walls? I haven't come across one yet.
Nice.
No,
has anyone found any of those? Have you heard of anyone finding any of those?
There is a secret area that requires some like shenanigans. There's a few. There's a lot of secrets in this game.
Right.
This game is like my god.
What's that?
This game has been
seal?
all I've known for 2 weeks now, right?
Urgent heal.
So that 2-finger thing is your charm. That's your like your clerics or your holy symbol.
Got you.
So again, so we were talking a bunch about the finger thing, about how there was 2 fingers and then 3 fingers.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to look. Look, you're giggling. There's gonna be a lot. Wait till we get to the finger maidens. All right, let's. Universally, I think everyone had the same reaction when someone went, "You must find the finger maiden," and everyone went, "No." Like clearly, this is where George R.R. Martin came into play, right? This is clearly his work. This is his writing. He did this.
Oh my god!
There is not. He did.
So the number of streamers that were like, "Finger maid," did he just say finger maidens?
Oh my god!
In a game where people make signs all over going finger butthole, you didn't think once about going finger maidens? No one considered the implications of this.
Too good.
Handmaiden, right? Let's just
handmaiden made more sense.
No, you went finger maiden, right?
Well, no, they probably thought, oh, handmaiden. Oh, what are the things you have on your hand where you have a wrist and you have your fingers? Finger maiden.
Are you both
that's
ready
probably
for
where
this?
that's probably where they came from.
Also, because you gotta think, so obviously, like, you have your fire keepers. Oh yeah, this first boss.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Are you gonna try and defeat him?
I'll try. I don't think I'll do it, but I'll try it. It just comes from
it is
nowhere.
Doable.
Look at it.
A lot of people go. A lot of people are like, "This is not doable."
So I've seen people.
It is absolutely a doable boss.
I have seen people defeat it.
You can beat this guy.
100% more doable with us sat here talking at you. Definitely
more.
Yeah.
Coach me through it.
Us chirping in your ear.
Oh, you're doing great.
If you roll to the front right, like it's like towards its shield arm, it'll catch you in a shield bash. So you gotta like be real careful with that.
Oh, so don't roll.
It looks like that's the spot to go, but
Can I just run around
it's weird that it can almost like animation cancel its attacks and it'll just beat the shit out of you.
I'm too scared.
Also,
approach it.
It doesn't wait for you to actually die. It just gets you close, which I've noticed is very weird.
It's very clever.
Ooh, that shield bash?
Yep.
I know it does a certain set move, and then you can attack.
So it has like a short one too that it can do, like a quick like shoulder charge that does. No pressure. You just got all of us watching. Yep.
I'm about to get
bopped. Here we go.
Here we go. So I'll use that heal. That's all it does.
Oh, so the cool thing, so it's a real minute heal, but you can move while healing, which is.
I do like that actually.
That's quite girthy.
So that
kind of obviously, if you level that up, it becomes like very good.
It's kind of Dark Souls 2 in a sense, right? With these
like the life gems,
the life gems that you can crush.
There's definitely you can like I'll talk about this more probably at a later time, but Devil May Cry 5, right? That game was like a love letter to its fan base. The guy behind Devil May Cry basically included everything from all the Devil May Cry games, including stuff from 2 and the remake, which were like hated by the fans. And it feels like Miyazaki did that with Elden Ring. Because there's definitely stuff in here from Sekiro. There's definitely stuff in here from Dark Souls 2. And those 2 games were not everyone's favorite. There's definitely stuff in here from Demon Souls, which is like, this game is amazing. This is the culmination of everything he has learned so far. And it's impressive.
Is so hard. And it's not even a real boss. It's an actual enemy that you just sort of meet, right?
Do you come across it again?
So you can, I will say, you can go back there later. You do come across enemies though that are that boss, that are like the same. They're the grafted scions, but they're enemies.
Oh right, okay. Jeez.
They're like pretty deep in, and to be fair, I've come across probably like 3 of them so far. I've come across quite a few.
Are they as difficult as that one?
I've only killed 1 of the 3, so I'm gonna say yes.
Oh, okay.
It was one of those like, you're just walking around, you see a door, you're like, oh, all right, let me go in here, and it's a dungeon, and then the dungeon starts spraying fire, and then 2 of these things come at you, and you're like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe later. Maybe I'll come back to this, right? Which I think is something a lot of people are having a hard time accepting in this game, is like, oh, did I just get my butt kicked? I should come back. But that's not
our friends in the chat there are actually finding their own finger maidens.
I can tell. D-Mac is the popular choice.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
It's our boy Torrent, or our girl, Torrent.
Which,
look how pretty.
To note, a genius way to help like mitigate piracy, right? Torrent. Type in Elden Ring torrent.
Yeah.
You're gonna get pictures of the cow, the dog.
Amazing.
He's such a.
Now,
he's
do I
just a
think
big
that's why they
half.
did it? No, but he's sick. Best boy.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about this area. I didn't know it was a training area. I walked straight through the doors and went out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a big discussion right now. This is a hot topic right now. Is this training area? There's like drama on Twitter about this right now.
Oh.
And so I'm of the school of thought. This is a fine tutorial. The tutorial area is absolutely fine. People complaining about it are.
Because I missed it. Like, completely. I had no idea. I
so
only found out on my third
I think
playthrough.
Have a special circumstance, right? Your game was not running as well as it is now.
Correct.
So, like, did the ghost load in for you? Did the developer note load in for you?
Oh, God.
Yeah, see? So there's a bunch of things right next to that hole that go, hey, jump down into the cave of knowledge.
Well, that's
like,
the
there are
thing.
things literally telling you to do it.
Yes, because
and
like
people were
when I
like,
streamed it,
no.
see, it was a case of obviously certain assets don't load in, unfortunately. Oh, he's there now.
Yeah, well, that's what we're about to see. Yeah, so there's a guy
Okay.
and there's a note right there telling you to jump. In the beta test, this was way darker. There was no ghost, there was no message, and if you look down the hole, you can see there's like light and stuff. None of that was there in the beta test. In the beta test, it was just a black hole.
See, I
and
ran
people were like,
straight
"Yeah,
for that
fuck
door.
you, I'm not jumping."
Yeah, I went straight for that door, and I was just like, I'm gone, and I was straight out.
So this is another case of the subtlety of like game design, right? And whoa, wow, wee woo, I see these frames.
Yeah.
Hello, PC port. We meet again.
Yeah, welcome to the PC version.
So oh yeah, well let's see how the tutorial runs. But when you hit the open world, there's definitely some bosses whose like biggest ability is just, oh, is this boss in the world? Cool, they're destroying your frame rate if you look in their direction.
Yeah.
Without spoiling too much, there was an enemy that appeared in a zone, and I was watching a streamer I like play through it, and they were inside another building, and if they looked this way, everything was fine, game ran normal. If they looked this way, which this enemy was like through multiple buildings over here, suddenly his frame rate would just drop to like 7, 6. Through, like, the thing wasn't even in sight, and this thing was just eating up the frames, because the game was trying to be like, what's this thing doing while he's a mile away? And it was nightmarish. As far as tutorials go, I feel like this is probably the best From Software tutorial ever.
I'd say it's pretty good. It's because like Dark Souls.
It's probably,
yeah.
Besides the fact people have walked past it, outside of that, compared to any other tutorial, I feel like this is the most clear, like.
Yeah.
And that's not just like a just you have walked past it.
Because you don't get this sort of like
a lot of people.
So it's like Dark Souls 1 when you fight the Asylum Demon sort of thing. You don't get any of these sort of really telling you what to do as much. Like they don't pop up. You sort of just find messages on the floor.
You really just get a note saying like, "Hey, press X to do this, press Y to do this, press real basic controls." Where this is like, "Hey, all right, here's the mechanic, here's how it works, here's some of the nuances, right?" So like, this is guarding, right? This is the guarding one. So it tells you about like counter swings. They added all sorts of different counter mechanics across the different Souls games. So you don't just have your parry, which then gives you the critical hit riposte, but you also have, if you just block and then hit R2 after, you get a counter attack, which is, it's like a variant heavy attack. And that's just adding all these tools to the combat has really like fleshed it out more than I think people realize. That plus, again, jumping. Adding jumping to the combat has changed how they're going to have to design these bosses. Some of these bosses are getting smoked by jump attacks.
Oh, and then we got our first graphical glitch.
Oh, do we?
No,
what do we?
There.
Oh, missing enemy?
Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
And this is what makes the game very difficult on my end of things. So I think if you're running a console...
Yeah, I've had one crash, and I've had one issue with my horse. Both of those were probably like 60 hours apart from each other.
Wow.
which is fine. And one of them was like the crash was when I was like rapidly jumping from place to place on the map because I was trying to just like collect things that I'd done on another character. Man, this like the enemy de-rendering is so weird because it looks like almost the invisibility. It looks like an intended invisibility effect.
Well, yeah,
it does, doesn't it?
looks like it looks like they're trying to become invisible, but like, I mean, at least you still got like the aim thing on it. Like, imagine if that vanished as well. Oh my god!
I'm just
he just got shot by a crossbow.
Yeah.
Which is like, I mean, admit this has kind of pained me to watch you trying to play this game because like. I have not shut up about this game in 2 weeks now.
I know.
Not 2 weeks, a week since it came out, right? It came out Friday.
Basically, a console version would very much help.
It's basically all I've done.
Yeah.
I haven't played anything else. I've like
even if I stay
here
really for a while,
watching anything else.
It takes a while for them to render.
Which is it's so bizarre. But are they gonna disappear when you move closer? No.
They can do that as well. So like he'll disappear after a while. Now it's so strange. See,
wow, that's a very peculiar issue.
Yeah, it makes the game a hell of a lot harder as well because you don't know.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I went into a castle, I couldn't see any of the enemies, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm being hit by something," and I was like, "Oh, I'm being hit by 2 things." Then suddenly, when they all rendered, I was being hit by 10 enemies, and I was just like, "Well, how am I supposed to defend against what I can't see?"
Yeah, so, I mean, that's another thing, right, is that there are elements from Dark Souls in this, and that because it's open world, there's bigger spaces, so the chance of you getting, like, cornered by 10, 15 guys is very real.
Yeah.
But not only are you, like, having the difficulty spike, obviously, of not being able to see that, like, this guy is probably readying a charge attack or whatever he's gonna do, but you're missing, like, storytelling.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Because you gotta think about, we talked about it when we did the Dark Souls episode, how much of this game is like storytelling through the environments, through what the enemies are doing, right? Through you're gonna come across enemies that are injured already, right? Like you're gonna be like, why does this guy only have half a health bar? But if you look at the environment around you, you can see like other enemy bot. You're like, oh, there was a fight or something here, or
that's
this
it.
is, you know, there's so much that you're not gonna be able to pick up on because you have no visual clue. Like the whole point of this boss, right? This boss is a chunk. The whole point is for you to do a counterattack.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, we'll chug up a second.
A counterattack and a parry. And if you do those 2 things, he should be dead.
Counterattack and a parry.
Yeah, so just wait till he does a swing, then you do a regular guard, and then forward in R2.
Okay.
And like 75% of the time.
Oh shit, I had no idea you could do that.
Yeah, see, you have that like big riposte there, and then it puts him into the stagger state so you can get the critical hit.
Wow.
So you can do that from it's just a block now?
Yes.
Cool.
Now, it's not all weapons because, like, obviously...
That's sick!
You know, you have to think about, like, the mechanics of each weapon. So, like, your katana's not going to do a bunch of stagger damage, but a Morning Star is going to stun the fuck out of somebody.
Yeah.
Like,
I went in as a mage, and I was just like, here, have my spells.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is a lot of people keep going like, oh, yeah, magic makes this real easy and stuff. It's like, well, no, magic is just another tool you can use in this game. It's not like... it's amazing.
I was literally just like, Accio bomb. And then, yeah, I just threw a load of spells at him, and he was gone.
Stop it, Cage, stop!
What do I do? You're the chosen one.
So, I'm really excited to see what happens when we get outside here.
Yeah.
I'm really like looking forward.
Oh god.
So how far?
Oh god. Welcome to Broken Ring.
Wow.
Oh yeah. So I literally get 0 frames sometimes. It's a mad one.
Are we getting a wow? I was about to say, are we gonna get a full crash?
That actually happens rarely.
That's wild. It's wild that it'll just be like, no, hang on, just wait on this frame for like a good 30 seconds.
The slowest door opening you will ever see. And then sometimes you get random souls. I'm not sure if that happens to you. Or, okay, so runes. I'll be walking through places and runes will just come to me as if someone's already died.
Yeah.
And
well, that's because like there's tons of cliffs and stuff. Plus, the enemies themselves fight constantly.
Yeah.
There's plenty of areas where there's like 2 different factions going at it, which if you can't see the enemies, you're gonna have no idea what these factions are. You're gonna have no idea why people are suddenly dying, like all of that just gets so lost.
I just see invisible spears and swords just doing whatever, and I'm just like, oh, there's an invisible guy with a torch.
Oh, so you can hear them though, right? Like
yes,
the audio isn't. That's so weird. Okay, so this thing right here, have you looked at this at all? These little gargoyle statues.
Oh, yeah,
of the
you can
fog
put
wall.
like a stone sword in them, and they open up these fog walls, right? Now I've been told that this is a little tricky.
Oh yeah, this is a tough one. This is a, hey, you want to get right to the Dark Souls experience? Go ahead.
Oh.
What I'm learning about these stone sword keys, and I don't know if there's enough that they like fill up. Like, I don't know if there's enough keys to go to every door.
Okay.
Because I've definitely opened some doors and regretted it. I've opened it and it's been a material or an item that I'm like, I'm not going to use this for my build ever. There was no reason for me to get this. But now I don't have the key to open up another door I come across 10 minutes later. I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing here?
No, that's true.
Oh, see, here we go. This is what I really am looking forward to seeing what happens when the open world comes up.
Hell. I'm waiting for hell.
Just gates of hell open up.
I'm seeing those 20 frames per second. Oh, here we go.
Steady.
The beautiful
steady
world.
20. Let's see it.
Oh,
it's so pretty.
it's
Look
so
at
Okay,
pretty.
so it is
Wow.
like visually, this game is amazing.
I was
Just like
I'm
there's
just
a
gonna
lot of
say,
aesthetic bias.
it's on very low. So if people are like, why are the trees all like rendering and stuff? That's the reason.
This is this is also true. Is you have all your resources trying their best right now.
Oh yeah, everything's fighting. Everything's fighting.
It's screaming.
On the
Discord,
PS5, it looks incredible, right? There's still some like frame issues, hitches here and there once in a while, but it's nothing like this.
Oh, nothing like this at all, no.
Also, the load times are so fast on the PS5 that there are no tips on the load screens. The load screens in the PS5 are just the art.
Oh.
I'm playing on a PS4, and the load times are probably my biggest gripe. The load times can be like 30 seconds to a minute, easily.
That's quite a lot.
Which doesn't, it doesn't sound like a lot at first, but when you think about like in context of like a fighting game, that's easily that's an entire round of fighting game.
Exactly.
That we could probably do in the time it takes us to load.
Yeah.
But performance-wise, I've had next to zero issues. I've had one crash, which again, I was rapidly like flipping between spots.
Yes.
And I had one weird glitch with my horse, where I tried to mount him in a place where he clearly couldn't fit. And what happened was it started just infinitely looping me in the horse mounting animation as I flew up into the sky. Clearly not supposed to happen. But outside of that, like I said, I've bosses, enemies. There's only one spot that I can like consistently get it to hitch, and there's a field that you could run to that would like, I don't know why it fucks it up every time, but there's a little skirmish going on probably between like 20 dudes. And it just messes up my frame rate every time. Trashes it.
Oh, invisible sheep. The sheep are probably one of my favorite things because they do roly polies.
I love the sheep in this game. I'll give it up. They've added so much character to everything in this game.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
The sheep are adorable. I don't understand how they roll uphill, but that's
I think it's amazing.
Wait. Oh, I want
They
to see
actually
that.
roll. You want to see? I'll see if I
like-
can render a sheep right there. Let's see if we can render a sheep.
Yeah, see if we can locate a sheep to render.
Oh, that's too cute.
They basically just do like cartwells uphill. It's
That's
I
amazing.
don't understand, but it's
Is it like a
pretty
fight
cool.
move, or is it like, are they like crabs? Like that's how they move.
They're just running away from you.
Please render Mr. Sheep.
Yeah. I hope this renders so that we
Me
get a
too.
chance to see it. Man, I don't know if you've experienced this yet. I have had an issue with certain wildlife. Definitely like, I'm chilling out in this field, hanging out, everything's cool. I'm gonna like look away, pet Odin a little bit. I might be getting him a treat, looking something up on Google.
I don't think
And out of the corner of my eye, I just see a ram just wrecking my character's shit. It's the most like, what are you doing? I was sitting here not bothering anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, it's trying so hard. You can see its shadow,
I know.
Yeah.
but you
Render,
can't see it.
please
What a
render.
bizarre.
Oh.
Well, he's
Like
rolling.
not even.
So is that rolling right now?
Yeah, that's rolling, but it won't render him for some reason.
Okay,
he just curls up into a ball. It's the weirdest thing that sheep can do this.
Oh, I love it.
What are the floating lights? The floating lights are Cage's targeting an enemy that isn't rendering for him.
So
I'm just fighting fairies. Like that, there's just fairies in the game. Like if you've ever watched like Legend of Zelda sort of thing, and you get, like Navi following you, that's all I'm targeting really.
So
he's just chasing down Navi.
Yeah.
Do you get souls for killing the animals in this game? Like, is it beneficial to hunt the wildlife and stuff? Like, do you get meat? Do you get like how does that work?
You get crafting stuff.
Oh, right. Okay.
It has a drop chance, like a pretty good drop chance, but there's still a chance that you could kill something and not get anything.
Okay.
But there is a full crafting system in this, so we can actually get into that real quick because this is Cage's now just gotten into the first. They're called Grace here, right?
Okay.
But everyone likes to just be like, oh yeah, you just gotta touch grass, like something you tell gamers like when you like need to calm down. Hey, go outside, go touch some grass. Make sure you touch grass in Elden Ring.
Here's the other problem. So my assets don't load at all for NPCs.
Oh.
So you miss NPCs as well, because I can't even target him.
So you don't know this guy is here.
Exactly. So there's a guy with a donkey here. Oh, his donkey's... No. And he's gone. I think if you go really close, it'll render like that.
Oh.
It's trying. It's trying. Peekaboo.
And then you got
can
Santa.
You get Santa to load? Let's see. Yeah,
we got Santa.
Get him in there. There we go. What's up, Santa? So they've introduced these merchants, which is crazy.
Oh.
I guess they've always had merchants, but these guys like scattered throughout the world.
I quite like it.
I'm actually kind of a big fan. Are you able to talk to him and buy anything?
You can still talk to them.
You should just pick up a crafting kit just so you can show the crafting real quick.
Oh, okay.
I know you said you yourself haven't touched any crafting.
I've not touched the crafting at all. So do I need crafting kit?
Yeah, you just need the crafting kit. So once you have the crafting kit, it's weird. Is that you buy like a consumable item, right? But it just sits in your inventory as a key item. So now when you go to the pause screen, you now have the option to craft just because you bought that kit.
Oh.
You could totally just walk past that and never buy it and never touch it. The recipes you have, So there are like different things you can craft in there that will help you out.
I was gonna say, because I've been wasting Estus. I've been using, well, I say Estus, but I've been using that to like heal my horse instead of using these fruits.
So this lets
I had no
you
idea.
get these fruits. But stuff like the like flame paper or like the stuff that would let you apply fire or thunder to your weapons and stuff like that, you can just craft those now.
Oh, that's much
So like
better.
while you're running through the world just picking stuff up, like if you're going to use it, you're like, because realistically you're never going to spend money on it. Most people go through a Souls game and they're like, I'm not going to buy consumables, I'm going to just spend it on levels and get more powerful that way. This really kind of like makes it easier and feel less bad to use consumables. Like if I can make it consumable, I don't feel bad spending it anymore. Right? So I find myself way more often using like elemental arrows, sleep arrows, blood arrows, fire pots, all sorts of stuff.
This is the only way to see enemies, so
I can make it. Is to just constantly spam targeting.
Yeah, and then I'm like, oh, there's an invisible guy with a torch and some sort of sword.
Yeah.
So
this is one of your base knights.
One of my friends has got like a 1380, and he's getting the same issues I'm getting, which is mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's it's definitely a mix of your settings and the game being unoptimized.
Yeah,
because
it's very unoptimized.
It seems like it's very and we'll get into that.
Oh, a squirrel!
But it seems like it's very inconsistent, right? Like I have friends who have this on a lower graphics card, like a 1080, and they're almost having no issues.
Yeah, literally. I was playing with some of my co-op friends, and they were like, "Oh, we're running 1080, and we run it low, but we can see all the enemies." And I was just like, "What?"
Yeah, it's really bizarre. But while I say it's bizarre, I think this is not acceptable. I'm not giving this as an excuse, but it's par for the course for From Software games. They never have good PC releases.
Isn't it the trend? I think you mentioned something about fans
It is a
things.
trend where the fans often patch these games to fix them.
Wow.
It's very common, especially with how popular like modding is in these games.
Yeah.
I I don't even want to think about what they're going to do to this game. Because already, like in Dark Souls 3, there's like the Cinders mod, which is pretty popular. And I think there's one that's called Daughters of Ash or Sisters of Ash or something like that.
Okay.
And it basically has compiled everything from Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro. Like they have like taken as much as they can and shoved it all into Dark Souls 3, including original spells, reworking of stuff, rebalancing things, shuffling enemies, reshuffling zones. Like there's so much you can do. I still haven't figured out what the statues are. Yeah, I don't know either yet. It's a statue that you can light the candle on.
But they point somewhere, so like that points to a boss over there.
Ooh.
Because there's a boss.
So I'm wondering. So as I've been playing, I'm discovering there are, like in the earlier Dark Souls games, there's different factions. There's definitely factions in this game. There's definitely different, like, outside of like the just like, oh, here's like human looking soldiers and here's like goblins or whatever. There's definitely like a very George R.R. Martin type like subplot of different parties moving and stuff like that. And so with the way Dark Souls storytelling usually works, what I'm thinking is that they're tying these like general bosses together through these like subtle nods. So like statues pointing to one boss, I think might be one group. And then there's, you know, the Everjails, which would be another group. And then there's yeah, just there's a couple of different factions. I'm trying to not spoil too much because Kage, since you've been playing it this way, I feel like you really haven't gotten to like experience the game. And when you get the chance to finally like play it, I want you to really enjoy it because it's amazing. It's impressive.
It's been painful.
I can sure.
Yeah.
It's like I'll run to a place like this, for example. I'm like, oh, this looks amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say,
but
gonna be.
I can't see any of the enemies.
So
I mean, I can hear them.
I'm gonna recommend you do something first before you. There's a guy right on the end of this road, right in the middle of it.
Oh.
I'm also a little bit behind you, but.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like dirt path you're walking on, there's a guy right in the middle. So before you go into this and start fighting a bunch of invisible enemies, I want to show something else. So if you sneak around the camp to the north side, like where the gate is.
Yep. And with the grace?
If you can touch the grace, yeah. So this is something that a lot of people struggled with when they were playing this game. The first couple of days, a lot of people really didn't understand Daughters of Ash's DS1 mod. You might be thinking of Convergence. That's probably what I'm thinking of. You know, shout out to Stu in the chat. For those of you checking this on YouTube, you know, just a reminder, you can check us out on twitch.tv/chat_lords. But, you know, selfless plug. Yeah. So a lot of people complain about a bunch of things in the beginning of this game, right? Like getting your basic parts, the basic things you need. Everyone was like, how do I get the horse, right? No one could figure it out. Well, here we go. Boom. Horse. Just like that. All it takes to get the horse is you had to sit at 3 bonfires. That's it.
What you had to do.
That's the whole trick. And it was kicking people's asses because, especially people who are like more familiar with Souls games, it would go longer without dying. So, and it wasn't like you were sitting at a new bonfire every time. As if you die, you went back to the old one. You could die and go back to the old one a million times. It wouldn't make a difference. As soon as you sat at a third unique bonfire, that's what would trigger this. So people would they would get out of that first room and spend 6, 7, 8 hours on just the tree sentinel.
Wow.
And then they'd go and hit that next grace and they'd be like, well, cool, now I'm going to go explore around. And they would hit another grace for, you know, hours because there's bosses and stuff, all sorts of stuff killing you. Like, it really varied. The first time I played, I think I went like 2.5 hours before I got my horse. It was a nightmare. I was so upset.
Sorry.
We've hit it. We've hit the finger maiden. I was waiting. I knew it was coming. I think we've all expected this.
Why?
I can play the role of.
I mean, you don't regularly like talking about finger maidens?
Oh my god. I mean, if they don't have a finger blast attack, I'm gonna actually gonna cry.
Well, I mean, we totally glanced over, but the first guy you meet is like a Twitter troll. He's like, you're maidenless and you're gonna go die in a ditch alone.
Oh my god.
He's basically like, you got no maidens, plus ratio, plus L, plus you fell off, plus you're bald.
Great.
Like, you're like, this is just a Twitter troll. This guy's like, you got no bitches, no maidens, take a hike.
I love the memes. The memes are killing me.
Yeah, the no maidens thing has taken off like fire. There's another meme that's taken off that I'm I love, but like, it's shocking the amount of people I see retweeting it and not understanding. And it's
what is that?
good. Oh man, I don't want to like give it away because I can't like.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
A lot of people are posting pictures of turtles and going, dog. I'll leave that. I'll leave it at that.
No, I get it. I get it.
Right.
You might.
That brings me back to Dark Souls. It brings me back to Dark Souls, and it brings me.
There's some added juice in it in Elden Ring. There's some. You gotta discover some shit, which is amazing.
Oh.
It's the whole dragon horse thing. Oh my god.
The dragon horse thing?
Have you not seen that as well? Where people put like horse for the dragon, where you get to like
yeah. So that's like, this is kind of something that a couple Twitch channels that I've watched have actually like. There's a guy I watch who has a whole comedy bit about this, right? Where he's like, granted, he is a little rougher on his chat, so this might come across a little rough. But he goes, you guys are so you know how easy it is to get you guys riled up. I go and I look at this dog and I go, look at this fucking horse, and a bunch of you morons in chat are like, that's not a fucking horse. Just look at this guy. He thinks it's a fucking horse. And they all come chatting at me, and now look at my engagement. Boom, I got you idiots. It's like right and it's like so that's not why I do it. I do it because I've watched that guy stream so long that I'm so used to him being like, oh, is this a bird? Cool, it's a dog. Oh, is that the moon? Oh, that's the sun. Yeah. Oh, did I get in a car? Where's my horse?
Oh my god.
Right? And I've been watching that stream for so long that that's just a part of my own vocabulary.
Yeah.
So are you prepared for absolute hell that I'm about to show you?
Oh, what are you about to show me?
Oh, I'm about to show you, my sir. I am about to show. Where do I want it? I want it there.
Oh no, what are you about to do? Okay. Oh, I know what you're about to do. You're about to summon your steed.
Tally-ho! Wingardium Leviosa!
Yeah, so fucking Soulstrike over here is ready to go play Quidditch. Fucking
the legs, the way the legs going.
It's even funny when you're looking at it this way. Oh, you can't
air
run this
humping
way
your
there.
way to victory. You are really just.
Oh, we got a horse.
Oh, we got a horse. Nope, horse is gone. Oh, we got a bat though. Yeah, this game has a surprising amount of jump scares. I will say that.
Yes,
There's
I've been
definitely
jump scared.
More times than I want to admit have I been jump scared in this game. Man, it's so good though.
Beepity boppity, I'm on an invisible horsey.
Now, can you go to the lake? That's the thing I want to see.
Oh, you want to go to the lake?
I think you should go to the lake,
fuck!
Right?
You look like a guy getting launched in the air by his own fart.
Oh, God.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, it's just the power of his own flatulence is carrying him?
Oh my god.
It just looks like he's farting really hard. And it's just like launching him.
Power toots.
Power to the
Power
toots.
toots. Oh my god.
Power toots. Out of his power ring.
Yeah, he had many beans this morning.
Out of his Elden Ring.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, my cheeks hurt.
That's it.
That's cheeks hurt already.
I love how that's my input throughout this entire stream. It's just been like.
If I zoom in like this, he renders, and look how pretty he is. He's got cool horns, cool little ears.
Yeah, like he's a cool character.
Yeah.
I love the horse, right? The fact that you can use him as often as you do.
Yeah.
Man, it's like, it's such. Oh god, I wish.
Oh no.
We gotta get you a console version of this game.
Yes,
yeah, we
please.
really do.
I would love to like talk about some of the more nuanced stuff, but I feel like we're not gonna be able to get over these tech issues, right? Like, first and foremost, I think what people need to know is that don't get this game.
You want me to go to the lake?
Oh yeah, you should absolutely. You should go to the lake.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to do the thing?
Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah,
I'll do
let's
the
go
thing.
see the bird.
I'll go
Let's
see the bird.
horse.
Let's go see that
Yeah.
horse. Come here, my sweet parrot. Was it
No,
this
you really
one?
want to. Is there a fire on it? Because I'm looking at a delay stream. So yes.
Oh yeah,
that's the one.
That's the one. Okay, are we
Yeah, go
ready?
ahead. You want to like? Yeah, let's see how this holds up.
Okay, I'll slowly
Ready.
walk.
This is
I'll
really-
just trot like this.
Yeah, do a slow walk. Do a nice
What?
little RP walk. Aim the camera up, maybe. Try to make sure you get a nice angle. We'll be able to see the sky in case any birds.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, is the game gonna die?
We can actually see
whoa,
it.
it's holding up.
It's holding up.
Why does he appear?
I know.
That's impressive.
I
thought for sure your game was about to shit itself.
Me too. Oh god, he's so big.
You did not kill him.
I can try.
Now do
the
the
game
thing.
renders.
Fight the dragon.
Wait, you gotta kill it? Oh no.
Oh my god.
Hey, he's gonna have to if he wants to save his frame rate.
48 damage.
Kill the dragon, save the world.
No, is this another jump off a cliff at a specific angle thing, like in Dark Souls 3?
No,
he's gonna whip his tail.
This is just a straight up fight the dragon fight, which is pretty cool. I'll give it up. It's
Look
like
at his wings. I don't like what he's doing,
There are-
Patch. I don't like what he's doing.
What's he doing? Oh yeah, no, this is gonna hurt you. This is probably gonna be bad. Yeah. I don't know how that didn't hurt you. I'm actually surprised. See, like you could totally do this fight. Look at the damage you're doing.
Look at the damage.
And he's visible. Look, you're already ahead of the curve compared to most enemies.
Come back to me. Run.
Man, there's so much they talk about story-wise, right? And that's such a weird thing to say for a Dark Souls game. But just the sheer amount of like, I don't think there's any direction I've walked in this game where I haven't found something to like entertain me or just absolutely like pull me into this game.
Yeah.
I like how he turns everything to cinders.
Oh yeah, he like burns down trees and shit.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he has such a strong impact on the environment is very impressive.
I do like that. Have you ever fought the Tree Sentinel and led him up to the Church of Ella because he can destroy almost the entire building?
Yep. Definitely when I was like in the very beginning trying to cheese him out, that was the strat, was to hide in that archway, right?
That's it.
But early on, you quickly realize, wow, I do not have enough like mana or powerful enough spells to actually do this fight.
Oh god, no. I mean, I guess you could whittle him down if you could see your frames.
Yeah.
I mean, you could whittle him down, but once you run out of FP, you're out. And your spells don't do enough damage that even if you spent everything, you wouldn't kill him.
True.
So, and this is part of the reason like a lot of people go, oh yeah, as a spellcaster, this game's so easy, blah, blah. I'm like, no.
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 What?
Try putting spells against the Sentinel. He blocks them. In fact, he reflects them.
I know, I want that. I want whatever ability that is, I want that.
It is fun.
Let me throw spells back at people.
How do you guys feel that the difficulty compares to the other Souls games? It's a question we've had in chat. It's also probably quite relevant.
I was looking for a moment to segue, but
I was gonna say, it's probably quite relevant. What do you guys think?
I think it's both the most difficult and the easiest Dark Souls game.
Interesting.
Because like 1-to-1, right? Like 1-to-1 bosses, the bosses in this are way harder.
Mm-hmm.
Their timing is less like, it's less obvious of a pattern. There's a lot more delays, which I've heard a lot of people complaining, being like, what the hell, they're delaying this hit, or why is this taking so, like, I can't get the timing because it's so late. And I'm like, as a fighting game player, that's something that's very common and like intentional in fighting games, is to be able to delay a hit with certain characters. It's something only certain characters can do. So seeing it in a boss fight is very easy for me to like adapt and adjust. But like I said, 1-to-1, these bosses are definitely way harder than Dark Souls 1 bosses.
Yeah.
The flip to that though is there is so much for you to go do outside of whatever boss is stopping you that you could easily over level, find new gear, find items to help you take that boss, the summons, summoning NPCs, right? Because there's like a couple different summons now. Like, you can summon the NPCs like you did before, you can summon friends like you did before, but you also get like a summoner class spell. Like you can summon wolves, skeletons, slimes, other mages. Like there's all sorts of stuff that, and they're not necessarily, I mean, they're still like a non-playable character, but it's less of, oh, I'm summoning a hero for this boss fight, and like, oh, I'm just fighting this dragon right now. If he had the summon, he could just summon a pack of wolves to help.
Yeah.
And they would all have health bars, and they would all just fight like wolves had joined the team. And it's sick. Adding all those things, I think, really adds. Jellyfish summon 11 out of 10. Stu Sharp gets it. He fucking gets it. Jelly Sharp meta is top. People have been sleeping on the jellyfish. They're wrong. The jellyfish is so good. A lot of people have been giving me crap for using the jellyfish.
You're using the jellyfish now?
Yes, it's so good.
Really?
The jellyfish
I tried using
is
him against Margit, and he just destroyed that thing.
Oh, no. Margit and Godric both got fucking smoked by the jellyfish.
No.
Because it does poison, right? So over the course of a long boss fight,
yeah,
if you just like a lot of people use the summons as a decoy, and they'll let the other boss go wail on the decoy summon while they take their pot shots or whatever.
Yeah.
You have to do the opposite with the jellyfish. You need to be the decoy and just let the jellyfish just poison them as much as possible. And just over time, by the end of the fight, it does so much to help you out. It's crazy. Especially if you're like at the end of the fight, you're out of spells, you've got like this much health left, you're like, all right, I need to just stay back. And you just watch the jellyfish's poison and just tick away until it kills the boss. It's so good.
So the jellyfish
is so good.
It does have a lot of HP, I've noticed.
It also has a lot of HP. So I don't know if you've gotten this far into it, but you can also upgrade the jellyfish. You can upgrade all of those summons.
Wow.
You upgrade them like weapons. You get like, you want some +3 wolves? Go for it. Have some +3 wolves, right? I got +3 wolves, I got a +12 sword, I'm ready to fuck some shit up. There is so much you can do to just adapt and change and approach the game from different ways.
Oh, buddy, that's a lot of fire.
It definitely feels like the mechanism of like, if you get stuck, go away, go and level up, go and like try some of the fights and then come back, definitely would work really, really well in this game. And you wouldn't get like too like stuck.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at, so Kage hasn't leveled up, he hasn't picked up any new, well, he's picked up new gear, but he hasn't put anything on.
Yeah.
He's riding an invisible horse, and he's about to kill this giant feathered horse that breathes fire. Like,
well, now he has
obviously there's like a level of skill involved.
Yeah.
But it shows that there are options and ways to do these things, even when the circumstances are stacked against you.
Yeah.
And that is throughout this whole game. Every time I've come across something, I've just been like, all right, instead of throwing myself at the wall, I might try like 2 or 3 times. Mm-hmm. But more often than not, I found if I leave, go do something else, and then come back, I take it no problem.
Yeah.
Like before I streamed today. Yeah, before I streamed today, so last night I was like playing on my own a little bit after I got home from being out with friends because I'm addicted. And I was trying a boss fight like to prepare, be like, all right, let me learn this boss fight so I'm ready for tomorrow because I'm definitely going to stream and I definitely want to show this boss fight.
Yeah.
Woke up this morning, was like, let me do the boss fight once just to like refresh and then I'm going to go live. And I killed the boss. I was like, oh. But it was one of those, I got to the end and I was like, I'm not willing to throw this away either, right? Yeah. Because I've been practicing a bunch, and while like, yeah, sure, maybe I could do it again, I'm not throwing this away. Nope, the boss is dead. So, like, there's definitely a lot of ways to approach things differently. I literally changed one piece of gear that I found in like, and that's the other thing is, people are complaining about the time investment, right?
Right.
Because people want to go, well, I don't have the time to invest to go look for all these things. I don't have the time to go spending hours trying to find a sorcerer trainer in the first area of the game. Like, I'm going to stick with the one spell that gives me the start. And that creates the discussion of what is too far? Is there such a thing as too much, right? Because like, while I understand the need for accessibility, yeah, I can't believe you did that.
I can't believe I did that.
That's awesome.
I haven't even killed that dragon, so, you know, not that I like, I mean, I could probably kill the dragon too, you know, I just haven't yet.
No, I don't know if you could do it like that, you know?
New draconic powers available.
Yeah, no, the game's already loaded. Don't get it twisted. When this ends, I'm going back to play more Elden Ring. There's, like, so let's look at this, right? The map.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, there's a map. Oh.
So they have added a map into a Dark Souls game, right? So can you zoom out and show the scale of the map that you get so far? Like, can you show the full
zero
thing?
Deaths. Okay, so that's the full thing, what you get for now.
Wow.
Right.
It's a lie.
So.
Oh my god. That's tiny.
But it's an all black border, right? There's still those clouded regions. So you're like, all right, so the clouds are going to move, and that's going to open up the border.
Yeah.
But that's not the case either. Oh no. This map does an amazing trick where it just rescales the same square to fit whatever proportions of map you've uncovered. So if you instead just go eastward to westward, you're gonna have a nice long like rectangle map, right? But if you're going northwest, you'd have it like this.
That's
or you like it's crazy all the configurations it can go in. So at no point, like I have no idea how big this game is. I'm sure you could just go Google a full map at this point. I'm sure someone's done it because it marks where to pick up where the map pieces are. But man, it's a big map. And there's a second map.
No, there is not. Jeez, that's
I kind of had a suspicion, and then I found it today, and I was like, "Oh,
wow."
Well, there is another large area worth checking out. Like it's not really a spoiler, but in the castle, the main castle that they always show in all the trailers and stuff, when you're running around, if you look down, it's like, oh, this is a pit of death.
Right.
But in typical like Dark Souls fashion, you just see this little white spark, and you're like, "Oh, son of, there's an item down there. How do I get down there?" So there's like subterranean maps. There might be another area map. There's a lot to explore without spoiling anything. This game. People are saying they're beating it in about 40 hours, but they're not touching anything. They're like, literally, it's just me trying to do just the main bosses. It's taking me 40 hours.
So I guess we'll go from... Because we've already got this section here, right?
Oh, so you've already opened up... Oh, here
so I've already opened this part.
So
you can
map pieces.
You can see on that. And then what I'll do is I'll go a bit further... Let's go south.
Yeah, just the sheer scale. I mean, at this point, I think we've hit like the big points in terms of... Obviously, the performance issues, right? We've got frame drops. We've got characters not rendering. Outside of that, George, I know, what has your experience been so far? I know you haven't been playing it. Have you, like, looked at anything or watched anyone's streams or, like... Is this the most you've seen of this game so far?
In all honesty, I've seen a couple of streams. I've been like watching bits and pieces because I mean it was kind of the thing of like I wanted to avoid it completely at first, and then when you guys kind of started feeding back that like, oh, like don't worry too much because everyone kind of does something different and it's probably not really going to spoil it for you. So to be honest, the beginning bit of that game is the most bit I've seen.
You've seen like consistently.
I've seen it
like
regularly. Where I've seen that quite a bit, and then like I just have caught like different kind of areas. So I've not actually sat and watched like 4 hours of someone playing it. So I would like know it from like the start of like where someone's gone. I've like done bits and pieces. So to be honest, like this, like I wouldn't say it's the most I've sat and watched, but like I think the most I sat and watched was like someone was in a catacomb, and they were trying to get to one area.
That could be anywhere, which is that's again like a big draw.
And then the boss fight I've seen the most is the Margit one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that seems like it's filtered people the most, right? Is like the most like new people have gotten smoked. So I see the notes there, Kage. Have you done this before? Are you familiar with this yet?
I didn't even know there was anything here, but this guy's like, can you not see me? And I'm like, literally, no, I can't fucking see you.
All right, so one, hop off your horse. This is another one of those like, hey guys, this is what Dark Souls is actually about, right? So these notes here, I feel like kind of spoiled it.
Try
because at first you're like walking around trying to do all this, right? Your jump has a hitbox.
Oh, your jump has a hitbox.
Don't roll. Your jump has a hitbox, so just jump, don't attack, but jump into that brown tree.
This one?
Yep, the like dying one. The little sad Charlie Brown tree.
Oh.
And now he's not gonna load. Oh no. Yeah, there's an NPC there that's gonna talk to you.
Wait, let's see if I can zoom in. See if it loads him. Oh, it's someone.
I think you're standing inside of him.
there he is.
Oh,
wait, is that Dobby? Dobby, is that you?
It is a little rat boy. It's a little rat man.
Wait, I'll try and zoom in like that. I can kind of get... There he is. There's Dobby. Master has given Dobby a sock.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Master. So they definitely took stuff from Bloodborne. For sure.
They did. Well, that was like a werewolf. Is it a rat or like a werewolf?
That's like a rat. We did talk about werewolves though, and there's like... Man, they definitely took some stuff from Bloodborne. There's a lot in this game that's worth investigating.
Bloodborne is one of the most beloved ones of the series, so it makes sense that they did, because they never. But do you think now that people have played this game and are loving it, and it's kind of got some inspiration from Bloodborne, they might bring Bloodborne to PC? Do you think they might try?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of stuff going on recently outside of Elden Ring with a lot of these game companies that makes me think I don't know if Bloodborne is ever going to see a PC release.
Yeah. It might not be a bad thing considering the issues with this game on PC.
Oh yeah, so that's one thing, right? Is that they never have good PC releases anyway.
Yeah.
And while that's not an excusable thing, they need to get on their shit and fix it and actually do good PC ports.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, Sue just said, "Wait, I've never found this guy." Yeah. It's literally every time. This is what, 15 feet from your front door. Like, you're not
that
far,
telescope
right?
thing, isn't it?
There's the storm gate right there, right? And that's like the big centerpiece that everyone's aware of when the game starts.
Never found that.
Oh really?
What, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much. Like on your screen right now, I can look at like that map.
Yeah.
And I could be like, there's like 7 dungeons on there.
Holy shit.
Just that I could point to and be like, hey, if you go to this spot, this spot, this spot, and this spot, there's dungeons. There's NPCs, trainers, weapons, key items, like stuff that would help you through the whole game.
God, there's a dude on the horse.
Hey, so remember when we talked about those ring wraiths?
Yes.
That's, there you go. There's one of them.
They
only show up at nighttime, and they only show up in different areas. So the Night Cavalry are pretty tough. He'll follow you for a little bit.
I quite like these guys.
He's not that bad. He won't
carry
go too far,
they carry like a coffin thing or like a treasury.
Oh, the guys carrying the caravans, the giants.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Again, those frames are.
Yeah, and there's about 10 enemies here that got me killed because I couldn't see them.
Oh, probably more than that. And there's at least 2 guys on horseback.
Oh, fuck.
So.
Here we go. Oh, my God. Here we go. Here comes the... Oh, my God. No.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Playing shoes to my defeat.
Oh, my God. Toot away. Toot away.
But there is... how do the ever jails work for you? Do those work?
Yes. Yes, they do. I cheesed one earlier, actually. So there's one up by here, and I completely cheesed it.
Nice.
I used magic. Yeah, I used magic, and it just absolutely decimated.
So I did magic against the Bloodhound once, and I didn't like it nearly as much as just like fighting him one-on-one.
Oh, okay. He's quite fast.
So that's... Yeah, but he's very... Like, once you learn his patterns...
Yeah.
All I did was use jump attacks, and I killed him.
I think I find it harder because... with boss fights and with the frame rates that I get, by the time I press roll and see the attack, I've been attacked.
Yeah. It's very much like almost dodging like Bloodborne style attacks, right? A lot of the time. So you really have to like be watching where the weapon is like moving through the air and be like, all right, well, if it starts up here, then I can move under it there. And
so
adding the jump attack, you can jump over some attacks too, which is also crazy.
Pretty sure there's like a... Okay, so we're almost at the end of that map, right? And as you can see, it's going to start opening up. So you see like a little thing here?
And it's starting to push downward into that next aisle.
So
what I'm thinking is the way regions work is that they are 3 maps each.
I'm going to check a little marker there just so it shows you how much more it opens up. I mean, down to the south, obviously, it doesn't open as much as the north and west.
Put it at the edge of your map, and then you're just going to run down that road and grab the map.
That's it. So you'll see how far it is, because it is big.
While you're making this journey, right?
I think I could jump
I saw someone ask about how the graphics on PS4. It feels like an upgraded Dark Souls 3. You don't have all the obviously the particle effects are not going to be as high end. Your textures aren't going to be as high end. Your lighting's not going to have ray tracing. There's gives and takes, but I would say visually it's, this isn't a slam against Cage, but it looks better than this, right? Because he has to have everything on low to get it somewhat playable.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Texture popping's not a huge issue. You can see it now and then, but again, I'm playing on a PS4 for a game this size. I'm willing to take some graphical hiccups. I don't have enemies disappearing. I don't have a whole bunch of lag issues. I don't have frame rate issues.
Much better on a console.
It's really just like a, hey, did you like Dark Souls 3? Visually, it's a little upgrade. We made some like better looking textures, but you're not going to get like something too dramatically different than that, I would say. I mean, just having gone back and played Dark Souls 3 like the day before Elden Ring, there's definitely a graphical upgrade, but it's not the difference between like a PS4 and a PS5 graphics jump, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like you're looking at something in 4K or 8K here. Once in a while, you know, you get something that clips weird, but really the game, for all like intents and purposes, it's I think really worth it to just get it on console. Did my light just go out again? That keeps happening.
Okay, so that's when we put our little thing, and it's starting to expand even more.
Yeah, it's really starting to push down, and you're starting to get to see like the scale of the map.
Oh,
it's ridiculous.
This is huge.
All right, we'll ignore that NPC for now, because this is I don't know. I might come back to this build, but we're just exploring for now.
Yeah, this is just really show off the quality that you know, comes to the table with From Software.
Yeah, this is what happens with PC version.
Flashed.
Have you seen some of these bugs that run away from you?
The Scarab Beetles, yeah. So they replace the crystal lizards, basically.
Yes, they give you the sort of weapon arts.
They give you ashes, yeah. They give you ashes of war, which work as your weapon arts, and you can take those on and off weapons. So your ability to customize a weapon in this game is crazy compared to previous games. Like you can outright change the scaling on a weapon with some of these weapon arts. You can, like, if a weapon is a dex weapon, you could make it a strength or int weapon relatively easily, just by changing your weapon art, which is cool. It's neat. It lets you also like really open up the door for like theming. So like I started with kind of doing like I want to do a strength faith build, right? So I was like, in my head I was thinking paladin. I was focusing on holy magic, and then I picked up the Morning Star and I started doing bleed damage. I'm like, oh yeah, imagine like holy paladin but covered in blood. And it started to go down this like, well, now I'm going the dark paladin route. And now it's turned into the point I picked up a greatsword, and I was like, well, how can I fit this? I could put the holy slash on the greatsword, or I could keep it on the mace and on my sword now. What my guy does is he grabs the sword by the blade and then draws his hand across it and throws out a spray of blood that does damage. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Now we're going the Dark Knight route, and it's just I can like build this story in my head around what my character's going through and how they're changing due to what's happening in the game. Almost like the Morning Star, just it's starting to lose its effectiveness. Certain enemies are strong to holy. Okay, time to mix it up now. And then, you know, you pick different weapons, and it's like I'm like having my own fantasy. I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? So you're having your own fantasy adventure. If you choose to invest in your character that way, it's, I don't know. It really is just bringing the whole experience together for me. It's sick.
Would you say that the main plot of this game is very like obvious and very like involved in a lot that you do, or is it very much like you can go and do so much and it doesn't add more to that bit of the story, and you kind of go on like separate quests that have a lot of extra story?
I think it's all very still Dark Souls at the end of the day, right? So doing things in different orders is going to cause different results, and there's no guarantee on what those like it's so hard to go, oh yeah, if you do this before this, then this happens, right? Because I don't think there's ever been I don't think anyone yet has intentionally gone through and tried to sequence out the game. There's so much that's like, well, it could be one of these 3 triggers, because I was riding from point A to point B and I did these 3 things just because of course I'm going to look in this flaming hole in the ground. Why would I not? And then a boss came up and I had to fight him or else I died. So I killed him, moved on. Maybe that one boss is what changed something. There's also things you could completely bypass, right? So we've seen the art a bunch of the guy with the wolf head and the big sword. I went out looking for him finally. I was like, all right, where? Like, I've been playing this game now for about 80 hours, hadn't seen this dude. So he's in the starting area.
What?
Oh.
Is he now?
Yep. Yes.
Whoa. Okay.
And the way it works, and like, slight spoilers, but you're going through an area and you hear a wolf howl. And then you have to go all the way back to a different area and talk to a merchant, and the merchant goes, oh, you heard the howl? Okay, well, hey, learn this gesture. Next time you hear it, find the source, make this gesture. So he teaches you how to snap your fingers.
Oh, that's it, the finger snap.
So I went back, found him, snapped my fingers, boom, he comes down and starts talking to me. I'm like, 80 hours into this game, and I'm just meeting this character that's like plastered all over the art. How am I, what is happening?
Yeah.
Why is this like, it's ridiculous, but it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. So did that add a lot to what you're doing then? By just doing that one thing? Or not?
No.
Oh.
That's the problem. There's no way to tell because it's really like, until I get through the whole game, right? Like many Dark Souls games, this is gonna have multiple endings. So I don't know what I'm doing that's going to change and alter those endings either. It's such a like.
Just to show how much bigger the map got a sec, but
Oh yeah.
So that was that was the edge of the map when I marked it, and then obviously it just gets bigger.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really big.
Is nutty in size. Definitely, I would say. This is definitely bigger than Breath of the Wild, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to say it's bigger than Skyrim. But if it's not bigger than Skyrim, it's definitely more dense than Skyrim.
Yes, yeah.
But there's definitely more, I would say there's more to do. There's less, like, direct dialogue and interaction between you and NPCs, obviously, than Skyrim. But this game is, like, I would say... It's very easy to just start riding in a direction in Skyrim and not do anything for a while, right? You just kind of like look around and peek around. In this, you start riding in a direction and then you're like, wait a minute, let me like just now we've seen Kage do a dragon, we've seen him take on a giant, we've seen him pick up a map, we've seen traveling caravans, we've seen, this is not including any of the dungeons and stuff he's ridden past, right? There's so much. Bosses based on time of day.
Oh wow.
There's so much. And it's crazy. Like I could point to like 3 different places on this map. Go here, wait till nighttime. Boss fight. Let's go.
Wow.
Like it's technical issues aside, and like I speak in hyperbole a lot. This is not me speaking in hyperbole. This might be one of the greatest games ever made.
Oh,
like I'm agreeing with that. Like
hard
bugs aside, I still enjoy it. Granted, I don't get as many.
I want to point out this guy has been adamantly playing this game with invisible enemies for a week now. Instead of just being like, wow, this is bad, I should wait. He's just like, no, you know what? Invisible enemies, I'm down.
Yeah, gonna play the game anyway.
Anyway, like,
it's just hard mode.
You know, anyone who knows me knows like the type of music I listen to, and there's something about like blasting some metal while you're riding across a field, dragging a sword, and like lightning's fucking shooting the ground. You're like, this is the craziest shit I've ever done.
Yeah.
Have you actually beat one of those lightning fields?
Game. Yeah. You don't like beat the lightning field. There's just kind of like an environment you pass through. But
so
good.
There's definitely some like, oh man, some of the scenes. There's the Anne Orlando moment, right? When you get transferred to Anne Orlando in Dark Souls 1, and you have that big reveal of being like, oh, here's like, wow, look at this big like reveal. Or the start of Breath in the Wild, when you first come out, you get that big reveal of here's the land. Start of this game, you come out of that first area, you get the big reveal, Elden Ring, here we go, right? And you're like, let's go, let's get started. This game does that in like every region. And it pulls it off. Absolutely. I don't like, there's so many screenshots of Elden Ring, right, that you probably haven't like no one takes them all in, but then you like come across one and you're like, oh, this was definitely a poster. Oh, I've definitely seen this, like, you know, this overlook of like the city in the clouds, or this overlook of like the crumbling, falling apart castle, or like again and again, this game has consistently been like, hey, you thought we were done? Enjoy this reveal. Enjoy. Big sprawling escape, right? The only other like major thing I think we really need to talk about in this game is the structure, right? The open worldness of it.
Yeah.
Sir.
Because some of the big like selling points, so you're fighting this guy right now.
Yep.
There are boss versions of this guy.
Oh.
That happens quite a few times in this game. I will say, so there is like obviously some asset reuse, which I think a lot of people make a big stink about. But when you make something this big, like even in Dark Souls 1, there was asset reuse, right? Like
the Silent Demon 3 times.
Yeah, so you get Asylum Demon 3 times. You get the Taros Demon as a boss in the beginning, and then way later when you're in the lava region. Same with the
Capra?
what's the other demon? Capra Demon. Yeah.
The worst.
So like obviously there's a slight bit of that here, but again, game size huge. The other thing is what they're From Software is deciding to call legacy dungeons.
Legacy dungeons.
So you've experienced some of the small dungeons so far, right? Like the little tiny ones that you just find like a hole in the wall and you go in and there's like maybe 5 or 6 rooms and that's it.
Yes, yeah.
The legacy dungeons are like your main core big story hub dungeons, right?
Oh,
so,
okay.
The castle, right? Stormvale Castle?
Yes.
That's a legacy dungeon.
Got you.
They're kind of like, it seems like they're all end capped by bosses. There's like a door boss and then an end boss.
Yes.
Usually lets you know. The sheer size of those dungeons, like I'm trying to think of like another zone in a Dark Souls game. Like Anne Orlando itself, like all of Anne Orlando would be a legacy dungeon.
Oh, okay.
And there's at least like 5 of those, maybe 6 of, like I don't know how many are in this game.
Oh.
But there's going to be a bunch of them. So there's multiple like Anne Orlando moments on top of holy shit, this giant overworld. Because for as much time as I've spent in the overworld, I would say I probably spent like a quarter of that just in the castle, in the legacy dungeon. So being able to say that that's going to happen 4 or 5 more times, there's a lot of game to be had still. There's so much to explore. There's stuff like this guy, this thing Kage is riding up on.
What is it? It's in the trailer.
Yeah, this is old Bell Balls. Not quite sure what to do with him just yet. I have some ideas.
Whoa,
I haven't done it myself yet.
There's an enemy there? Didn't even know.
Shit.
This is how I get killed most of the time. Not knowing if there's an enemy.
Oh man, this is.
Try attacking legs.
I don't want to spoil anything. Yeah, so this is my theory, is that you gotta hit the legs a bunch, and then I think he's gonna go down near one of the cliffs, and he'll like crouch or something. I think he's got like glowing shit on his legs, yeah. Hey, when in doubt, video game logic, hit the glowing spot.
Yeah.
Like tree boss in number 3 with the weird like ball things on him.
Oh yeah, his weird testicles.
Yeah, and then
that
you
guy.
That was close.
Yeah.
Those frame rates are.
They get me
They're really
killed.
adding drama to the fight because it's like, oh, is the game slowing down or is the creature just moving slow?
I know.
Giant.
It's like putting you into like slow mo.
It's stressful.
Yeah.
It is very stressful.
Also, I like, that bell's got to get in the way if he's got to like lay down, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm sure he can't like
That wasn't
can't
my
lay on his
favorite.
belly.
Yeah. Maybe he lays on his side.
He's got a whole building on his back though. How would he get back up?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Man, could you imagine if this guy was invisible?
Oh,
Oh.
that would be hell.
I mean, that would be taking the piss a bit. Look how big it is.
It would be so funny. You'd just be riding through the like field and just stop. And you're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
What is this? An invisible wall?
Alright, that's one leg down.
This is very Shadow of Colossus. Yes, she's right.
There
It's
is
very
Shadow.
of
So
Colossus.
there are plugs
Absolutely.
all throughout this game of being like, oh, you can clearly tell they took from this, they took from this.
Yeah.
The platforming in this game is
Fantastic game.
crazy.
Oh, he's
That
crumbling.
is something else I know a lot of people have talked
shit,
about.
shit.
What have you done? Not our poor boy.
Oh, boy, he's lying
Not
down.
old bell balls. All right, see, this is what I'm
Maybe-
talking about with the platforming. You should definitely be able to climb on him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, is he just sinking into the ground?
Sinks into the ground.
Ooh,
Can you open
Shit.
the door?
interesting.
You can.
Now, boom, we're discovering new shit live.
Oh my god.
Have I told you guys? I fucking love this game.
This game's
No, I
good.
didn't. You actually didn't
This
say
is
that.
in case you guys didn't know.
No,
This
no,
is this might be my #1 game ever. That's like a strong claim because like obviously a lot of the games on that list have like nostalgia points, and this just takes a steaming dump all over them.
Yeah.
This game, like the replayability, the amount of time I'm going to spend just running around, listening to metal music and just riding my horse through a field, like I'm a happy boy.
Yeah.
I haven't tried co-op yet, which is on the list.
I have.
I was gonna ask, how's the co-op?
I actually enjoyed it. It's not too bad. So like off stream, obviously it's a lot less frame ratey with me doing all this podcasting and stuff.
Yeah, having the
there's a lot
streaming to us.
My resources are being sent everywhere. But playing online with my friends, it's actually been quite fun. But the bosses get significantly harder. Like,
really?
They are ridiculous. So their health goes up like, I gotta say, by like another 50%. It feels like. That might not be the number. It feels high. They turn into sponges.
Oh shit.
So I saw, who did I see playing it? Was it?
We had like 6 doggos out from like summoning. We had like
I forget who I was watching play, but they approached it like in a traditional like tabletop party sense almost, right? Where they had like a healer, a tank, and a someone with a bow doing damage.
Oh, okay. So sort of like Final Fantasy sort of raid, boss raid.
Yeah, but like obviously you don't have to follow that structure, right? You could all just go in with giant swords, go and swing and have a blast.
Yeah, literally.
You know, go nuts. Very like I would say it was more organized than like a Monster Hunter hunt, right? Whereas Monster Hunter is kind of the same way, but more often than not, you just get 4 people going in playing the weapon they like.
Yeah.
Where this, watching someone play a dedicated healer, like having collected all the heal spells and all the support spells, like cure poison, cure debuffs, stop bleed, all that, and then having someone in there with just a giant sword wailing away, and some guy in the back being like, all right, I'm using these arrows now, I'm doing this. It was like the whole organization and just the idea of that had to come about freeform, right? There is no structure in the game forcing them to do that, but watching them do that was so cool. It was so impressive to watch. Like, as someone who loves D&D, that's the type of thing I would love to see emulated in games more often, is the ability to like create a party like this. This is the closest thing I think we're gonna have to being like, what's your D&D character? Make them an Elden Ring and then just run around with your friends killing shit. I feel like that's gonna be the move soon.
Yeah.
I can't wait to try it out. I'm having to like half bully Fat Shaggy into playing, but he's gonna do it, and he's gonna have a sick character, and it's gonna be so tight. I'm so excited to try out the multiplayer.
So is the multiplayer kind of like in the other games where like you kind of summon, you have someone with you until you defeat a boss and then they sort of vanish, or like is it just like full on cooperative, you could do the entire game cooperative?
So it still has the Dark Souls aspect of like what happens in one person's game doesn't carry over to someone else's game.
Right, okay.
So if we killed a boss in your game and then we would have to go kill him in my game and then Cage's game.
Right.
Which isn't a huge deal, right? I mean,
it's a lot of souls.
It's not ideal, but it's also not terrible. But it does seem like you're able to like summon in the open world, get your homies, and actually ride around a bit and do stuff. I just haven't
for a certain amount of time or area. So as soon as you leave a certain area, they kind of like kick you out, and I think it's after a certain time as well.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, because like it would have been good if they could have done this, but like you could just play the entire thing cooperative.
I think this is I'm glad you brought that up actually, Georgie, because I think a lot of new people buying this game, and I've come across friends that have bought this and they were like, this game sucks. And I was like, why? He was like, I'm trying to play this with my brother and we can't do co-op. Co-op sucks. And I'm like, oh, what about it don't you like? Oh, you gotta like summon into like the world. I was just like, but that's how Dark Souls is played. You summon NPC, you can summon NPC or your friend, or they summon you into their world. That's what it works. He was like, no, I'm not about that. He said this is not true co-op. And they've never played sort of Dark Souls before, so they didn't really get the mechanics of the game. And I think a lot of people jumped on that Elden Ring hype, and then they were met with the backlash of, oh, we can't actually multiplayer like we normally would in a fantasy game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like, this sounds so gatekeepy, but at the end of the day, it's not like a casual game in any sense of the word.
No, it's not.
And people get really like offended by that. They get really hurt by the fact like, hey, if you are just a very casual person, it's not for you. which it doesn't seem to be an issue when you talk about like an MMO or something, but because this is like a single player game, people they've gotten like this sense of like entitlement, like, well, no, I should be allowed to play this and enjoy it, right?
Yeah.
It's made like video games are for everyone. It's like, well, no, video games are for everyone, but it doesn't mean every game is made for everyone in mind. There's something for everyone in video games, but not every video game is meant for everyone.
No. I will just come with the counter though, as like the other side of it, because obviously you two are experienced Dark Souls players. I'm someone that's played some of the Dark Souls games, but I haven't fully finished them yet, and I'm someone that's not like I struggle with them. Like, it takes me a long time, but like I get there. But then I'm also someone that has played RPGs in open world. It seems like they've made which obviously they have. Oh, I'm having some tech issues.
It was just a split second. We missed like the keyword whenever you said. It seems like they have.
They've made an open world RPG game, which is great. But obviously, a lot of people that are open world RPG game players, so for example, like people who like Skyrim or The Witcher, have like jumped on this game. And I think the cooperative aspect of this, it was even in the trailers, like they did push that too. And then when you actually then go to play this game, you can't do that very much. And I think it's like, it is a bit of a shame that like they have sort of had this like whole aspect of it highlighted, and they've sort of like said like you guys can do co-op, and there was even a trailer where it showed like multiple players defeating these monsters in it, but then like it times you out after a certain period of time. Like,
that trailer
games solo, it would just be good, like if you're gonna have a multiplayer option, just let the players play it multiplayer. Just I don't see why not.
I do agree with you in a sense, because I think this would be a very enjoyable game co-op as well as it is I love playing it single player, but playing this with a buddy would also be super fun.
Oh, and I'm absolutely going to play it with friends, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to disagree that this needs an improved multiplayer system or setup, right?
Yes.
They try to keep it all like very organic and tied into the world so that they can explain stuff and do things a certain way and stop people from like, one, I don't know what the technical barriers of trying to have two people running around in this big open world like this. Up front, that feels like that could be a big like hardship on its own.
Yeah.
But running back to that trailer you said, when we were sitting there, we were like, oh, are these other players? That trailer was summons for sure. Those were what they were summoning. Is there are summons that are like heroic, I guess, like heroic summons, I guess would be the best way to put it, without like, they aren't the other characters you would meet, right? They're not like the Margit fight you can summon. I call him Steve Rogers, but his name's like Sorcerer Rogier or whatever.
Yeah.
And then after you summon him for that fight, you know, you can talk to him later. He's like an NPC. He can do some trainings for you, whatever. Cool. But there are some summons that are like, one summon I have right now is an old magus, right? Or a lone magus or something like that. It's like a lone old man wizard.
Yeah.
But obviously later on in the game, there is a more powerful Wizard X or Grand Wizard or Wizard Lord or whatever it is. And it's like, they look like they could be a player character. They look like they could just be a unique character. And that trailer felt like it was showing a lot of those. Some of the stuff they do with those summons is nutty, and it's awesome. It is so cool.
Yeah.
But it's definitely misleading, because even then there's so many things here that would almost lead you to believe that you could do like an actual summoner character, like someone who just, their whole build is like, I'm going to summon these wolves and then I'm going to summon this other thing and they're going to do the fighting for me. Like, which isn't uncommon in certain games. Necromancer characters do that all the time.
Like a necromancer.
And there are so many like weird rules and systems on how the summons work and when you can and can't do it.
Yeah.
That it does feel like, why didn't they just make this a full thing? Why didn't they should have like tied summons to Arcane and called it a day.
Yeah.
But instead they added like, you have to activate these totems, and then for summoning allies or like other players, but then you can summon these other characters as long as you have the bell and or you're within certain areas.
Yeah.
And it's like, sometimes you're in an area and you've built yourself to do these summons, and some summons require you to build for them because they take so much mana or so much of like a certain stat. But it's not enough to like actually get you through the entire game, which is frustrating.
Yeah.
And it makes me wonder why they're so hesitant about doing all that. about why they're just making it like, what about just having 2 people? I don't know if it's a balance issue. I'm not quite sure. Kage, you should fast travel back to the church of LA though.
Church of LA? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Because this is. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the only thing that I kind of think is that like, I know obviously this is, well, the way they advertise it, this isn't a Dark Souls game though. Yeah, this is Elden Ring. This is what I presume might be the first Elden Ring. I don't know if they're going to do more, but like this could be like the first of a new series, and they are trying to be different and trying to do different things. And I think that like if you're wanting to reach a bigger audience, like this game has, to be fair, like a lot of people that have never played Dark Souls before have jumped on this game and have played this game.
Oh, for sure.
And I think that like it's almost like they're almost stopping their own success a little bit by not letting it be more of an expand. Like I would love to sit and play this entire game with my friends. Like, and it's something I loved about Bloodborne. It was annoying that you had to keep summoning in and out, but like at least you could kind of do it for the most part. And I played some of Bloodborne that way, and it was super fun. But if I could have just sat and just done a multiplayer campaign almost with Bloodborne, that would have been so much better. And it was and what I was hoping for with this was that like, oh, if I wanted to, I can play it solo, or I could play this like a multiplayer. And like it was like you're saying with like the D&D thing, like you can have like 4 people, 3 people or whatever, and you can all have your different builds, and then you can go around together and play this like that. And instead you're having to like stop and then like re-summon people in and then go around different area, and then you've got to stop again, and it just like interrupts that flow of like the gameplay having to do it that way. So it's like just allow it, then it would be easier.
Something I didn't consider that might feed into that is how the invasion system works.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't been invaded at all. I do have every intention of getting into the player versus player stuff, right? Because this game feels like there are a lot of spells that are clearly like, it only works on other players. So it means for you to do stuff with this, right? There's a bunch of spells that like, I tried using them on a boss and it didn't do shit. And I read the description, I was like, oh, this only works on another player. So I am curious about all that, but I'm not against any of that. So I see Georgie trying to watch. Kage just kind of burned through it real fast.
I just found it's the hat lady, isn't it? From the trailer.
The hat lady.
Yes. So wait. Oh no, Kage, you burned through it too fast. Okay, so
sorry. I think it's the delay
I was
between
gonna
us.
talk about. Yeah, I mean, you like. All right, never mind. So, anyways, that lady is the other thing people have bitched about a ton.
Oh really?
Oh really?
Yes. Because that's how you get the summoning bell. That's how that lets you summon the wolves.
Oh, okay.
And the only way to get that is that after you get the horse, right? So you have to sit at 3 bonfires, you get the horse, then you just fast travel to this church.
Oh.
That's it. That's all you have to do. But there's nothing telling you to do that. So people go 8, 12, 20 hours, and they're like, I don't fucking know how to summon these wolves. They keep giving me, I keep picking up these spirits, I can't summon anything.
Oh.
But yeah, that was the hat lady from all the trailers.
Yeah, but I'll just say that's Dark Souls, because in Dark Souls you have that problem where like you'd be running
absolutely.
around.
I wanted to like highlight it for a second, and now she's gone.
No. What I meant was like the fact that like, oh, you have to like get the horse first, and then you have to go to the church, and then you have to do this thing. That is exactly what the other games have done, and it was what I was hoping that they hadn't done with this game as much, where basically like you just struggle to find stuff unless you.
That's I think what everywhere. I like about these games. That's like the character of these games. I mean, that's something I don't want them to change. I'm on the opposite end of that discussion.
Okay.
I love the obscure, obtuse shit that like forces you to either have to talk to people or play the game multiple times, or like you have to do more than just I can just sit down, play this game, and my brain is off, right?
Yeah.
I honestly, Breath of the Wild looks like a sick game. I've never gotten through it because I'm just like, okay, well, I've done one puzzle. I've kind of done them all at this point. I kind of know what's coming. Like, they've held my hand through the first one. Now I know how to solve every one after. Yeah, there's like this skill gap or whatever, and that's fine, but a lot of it feels very samey, where this is like, even in dungeons that are like, where you can tell there's asset reuse, there's still like some obtuse or obscure thing you can do or find secret walls, hidden stuff. That's all what makes Dark Souls to me, on top of the combat. It's not just that it's brutally difficult. It's not that it's obtuse. It's the combination of the two, that this is like meant to be a more intense, hardcore experience.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I mean, and I think it's like so weird that people get so hung up on like it's too difficult or whatever. But like, you don't see anyone complaining about baby games. Why don't I think the Sesame Street game is too easy. They need to accommodate me and make a hardcore Sesame Street game. God damn it! How
and then that they will.
It's going to be a Cookie Monster heist game where
when the
you have to
Elden Ring mod comes out.
Oh my God.
With the Sesame Street character.
Let me fight like Oscar the Grouch is the crestfallen knight. You know.
I only found
Big Bird is Artorias.
I only found that hat lady because this is like my main go-to save area. So I'm weird with games. I've always got like a central place I like to save. I don't know why. I just feel safe there.
Yeah.
Well, no, you get a central hub. I feel like, and that's really heavily established in Dark Souls 1 with Firelink, right?
Yes, yeah.
Firelink becomes your HUD
safe place
multiple times over that.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you up front, this game does not have that.
No, it doesn't.
This is the only instance of go back to that first church.
Right.
Which is what makes it like kind of so weird and obtuse, right? But I found it extra frustrating because I literally had people coming into my chat telling me like, oh, this thing, it's a giant pain in the ass. You're never going to find this thing. You're never going to... And then I popped back to the church and I was like, oh, I got it.
But now you can see the rays.
And yeah, like a bunch of people did not also take super kindly to that.
Oh, right.
Wait, what did she come back for? Wait a minute.
Oh, you can talk to her at any point.
Oh. Well,
I was trying to get her to send me to the thing.
No, you can't force that.
Yeah.
No one knows exactly what causes that one yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't think people have nailed down what is actually the trigger for that one. So there is a like proper hub area in this game, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like a Knights of the Round Table situation. And no one can figure out how specifically to trigger it. It's just kind of eventually you do something. Don't know what it is, but then you go to sit at a bonfire and she appears and goes, hey.
Because we've been at a lot of bonfires.
I like you.
Like a lot of them.
Yeah. It's definitely not tied to a bonfire. I believe it's tied to progress.
Yeah.
I think
so. I've hit it before 3 bonfires before. I've got to like the 3rd bonfire where the gate is, and she's like, "Oh, I'll take you there." I was like, "That was quick."
So I think it's bosses.
Oh, it could be.
I think it's tied to killing the NPC invader bosses. I think you have to kill one of those.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's the trigger.
Oh, because of the certain line that she says.
That or it's tied to how many times you die.
Well, should we test that theory now?
I would say no, just because of how long it could potentially take.
Oh, there's a NPC right by here.
There's a few. Like one of the invader ones, you're going down to the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean that's fine. I don't want to also like this. I don't want this to be like just a playthrough of things, right?
Got you.
I more just wanted to like we could touch on it and review it, but
oh yeah, for sure, bro.
Well, while we're doing this, something then I'll just bring it back to is, because same again with people complaining about the difficulty and stuff, because obviously this game has gone more open, like more people that don't play this kind of game have tried this game, and I've seen a lot of people complaining about the difficulty and things. Do you think that this game gives enough for new players to be introduced properly to the series, or as Dark Souls players, would you recommend people go back to the Dark Souls games first before?
So I've thought about this actually, and if it wasn't for the story and environments being like as good as they are, I would almost say this invalidates all the previous games.
Wow.
If it wasn't for the atmosphere and stories of Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne, I would just keep doing runs of this.
Right. Wow.
This takes almost all of that, right? Like you said, it's not a Dark Souls game, right? But at the end of the day, Bloodborne's technically not Dark Souls either, and you can't sit there and be like, oh, there's totally separate game. No, it's
no.
They just transplanted it into a world.
Yeah, I think they're all linked. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't agree.
I think I would almost go so far as to say that I think that there might be potential that all these games are connected.
Oh.
Because the 3 Dark Souls games are connected, albeit loosely and over like millennia, right?
Yeah.
Of like time span. So who's to say that there's a lot of things in this that people are like, familiar. And there's introductions of people and places and things that you're like, is this?
Oh, good sir.
Did I stumble onto something here and even like there's just a lot that points to this might still be connected to Dark Souls directly,
right?
Like canonically tied into those worlds.
Yeah.
And so it makes me very curious as to what I'm gonna find still, right? Because I'm now probably what's the furthest I'm in on a single character, probably 30 hours. I'm running multiple characters. I'm playing this game multiple times at the same time. So it's pretty crazy at the moment. Yeah. But I'm probably about 40 hours in on one character. And that says a lot. Why is what?
There's another dude attacking him.
Well, so this is all story stuff. This is all I will like in Dark Souls form, right?
Oh,
so you go and you fight this guy and he invades you and you start fighting and then this other guy shows up and helps you.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
And you can talk to this guy before this fight if you find him. You can talk to him after this fight.
Oh, that's
if you survived. Awesome. You can talk to him after this fight if you die.
Wow.
Like there is just so much dialogue potential with this like one-off. I don't even want to say a one-off, but
yeah.
With this just like random encounter, there's a ton of story going on about like what's his name, Narheel or whatever the invader was. And then you got the guy with the hat. There's so much. There is so much that I feel like if you try to. I'm not going to tell people that they shouldn't try to like play this game like I feel like most people are, where it's just like, oh, kill thing, see next thing, go inside, kill thing, see next thing, kill thing, see next. Like, I feel like that's how a lot of people are going through this, right? A lot of people aren't looking at the item descriptions. They're not taking into account what people are saying.
Yeah.
There's so much, right?
Yeah.
Just even just like smashing through dialogue, you're like, oh, this is just the intro dialogue to this merchant. No, he's probably telling you about something that you're missing. He's probably going to tell you, hey, this, that, or the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't think you can force this. I think you have to die.
I think you're right. I can't force it. I don't think I've died once.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get it. You're fucking S tier. Move on.
I was just thinking, no, I haven't, have I? Like, throughout this whole thing. Like, at the beginning, yes, because I think you either do or you don't if you defeat the Skion.
Mm.
So
yeah, the grafted, which I think there's story in that too. I think there's a whole bunch of story there that I would love to discuss, but I don't like. What if I'm right or what if I'm wrong? Like it's.
Yeah. But in a way, though, having this, like you were saying that, like, this game is almost like a huge investment of your time. But compared to and obviously in the other Dark Souls games, there is obviously a lot of story that's hidden in the item descriptions, as we've discussed last episode when we were talking about Dark Souls and everything. If you want to check that out, it's on the YouTube channel.
Nice plug. Nice plug.
And so, obviously, there is a lot of like story in that, but then you've also got a lot of story in this, but also even just with all the NPCs there's a lot of story. Then just like the amount of different stories there seems to be, is this almost too much in a Dark Souls game? Because I think compared to the other games, there doesn't seem like there's anywhere near as much.
I think that's again, I think it's like subjective, right?
Yeah.
Because to me this is fantastic.
Yeah.
I have got plenty to chew on, right? Like I'm gonna be eating good for the next couple, who knows how long. Yeah, probably years, because well, so I feel like it's probably gonna get burned a little bit faster every time. Like every time there's a new iteration, there's more people knowing what to look for, knowing what to find, right? It's not just VaatiVidya anymore now. There's tons of copycats, there's tons of other people who are like just following him, and now he has a community behind him that is also pulling information.
That's true.
I mean, they're probably going to compile and collect all the story, I would say, by another month or two.
Yeah.
Most of it, at least, right? I mean, they're still finding stuff in, like, Resident Evil games, so who knows? But I think it runs back to, it might not be for everyone.
Yeah.
And that's just something I think people are going to have to accept, is, like, it's okay for something to be mega popular and still not be digestible content for everyone. Horror movies are not for everyone, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
But you're not going to sit there and tell me that these movies are objectively bad when it's just subjectively not to your taste.
No, that's true.
Right? And I think and there's a lot of people that want to see these things change to now accommodate their taste, where it's like, all right, but I think that its success alone kind of says it doesn't need to change to continue to have success and continue like to accommodate a new or different audience, right? That's not everything's intent. Much like streaming, right? Where not everyone's aiming for the same audience. No. I have like zero interest in getting a giant audience if it's going to be an audience that's not the content I'm here for, not the content I'm trying to make, right?
Yeah.
And that's like, you kind of have to make that decision knowingly. And I think Miyazaki himself, like the director, has made the decision, this is the content I want to make. Mm-hmm. If it's not for everyone, that's fine with him.
Yeah.
And I think because of him being okay with that, I think it's safe to say that Dark Souls itself is never going to change. If someone else wants to make an equally good fantasy series, do it. Be my guest. I would not be mad about a second good fantasy series. Mm-hmm. There's a bunch out there, right, that I think people overlook.
Yeah.
There's some niche ones. There are even like indie fantasy games. I think a lot of people are really familiar with indie horror. There is an indie fantasy RPG that has a bunch of these like crazy, obtuse, obscure type mechanics. It's called Outward. On PS4, I think it has 2 players. On PC, you can mod it to have up to 4.
Right.
But it's very much like it drops you in the world and goes, here. It's more of a survival game than it is like a fantasy RPG almost. You gotta manage your food, your weight, what you can carry. Even the way you do magic is like a special system that like combines glyphs. Mm-hmm. It's very cool. It's a very cool game.
Yeah.
But again, it's like that's kind of a much easier version of this. Mm-hmm. People weren't really interested in it. I have it. I would love if anyone ever wants to like test out this game and hit me up and be like, hey man, I'd love to try this. I would love to play it with someone. But it's one of those that's like, it's kind of a hard sell because you look at it and you're like, what's going on here? like I said, it's a weird game, but it hits a lot of the Dark Souls check marks. It's just one, not as visually good.
Yeah.
And I mean, I feel like that's a big appeal, right? People want that visual high end, but I don't know. It ain't worth it.
Yeah.
You over there spanking Alexander?
He's saying he's very well trained and I should give it my all and smack him from behind.
Oh yeah, he's filth.
Oh, he is filth.
Don't burn through this, but you should actually like listen to what he says, because there is something interesting here that I haven't explored yet. But I have some theories, right? And it'd be cool to talk about.
It's just a giant.
Because one. Go ahead, Georgie.
I was just gonna say, just finishing up from where we were before, just before we move on to the next bit. Just so we finish up that bit.
Yeah, before you go through the dialogue.
Yeah. So, no, I do agree with what you're saying, and obviously it's good that Miyazaki is like comfortable, and obviously, but I think the thing with this game is that like because it has almost merged with another genre. Because I wouldn't personally say that the first Dark Souls game, Bloodborne or whatever, I wouldn't personally class them as open world RPG games. I personally don't see them that way. I think they are relatively linear, although you can do different things at different points. Like, it's not like you go to one area of the game and it's like completely different to someone else. Like, you can have a very similar experience. You know, people know those games very well because you will do everything pretty much in those games. You'll have similar-ish experiences. With this game, it's very open world. It's going to differentiate a lot. We don't even know everything yet, but I think what happened was a lot of people who had never played a Dark Souls game jumped on this game thinking, oh, this is my chance to finally play a Dark Souls game series that's a bit more like an open world MMO that I'm used to. And what they've instead found is an open world game, which is great, and I don't think anyone's had issues with that. But then the bosses, for example, are just so
hella people have had issues with that.
Well, the ones I've met personally haven't had issues.
Twitter is on fire right now about this game.
Fair. But I was going to say, like, the ones that, in my experience, and do tell me if it's different for you, they've not had issues with that. They've had issues with the boss difficulty and the enemy difficulty because they're not used to that level of difficulty in an open world MMORPG game. And also with just like how to level, how to do a lot of the mechanics. I mean, I would never have got through the Dark Souls games if I didn't have the people in my chat telling me how to upgrade my stuff, what to do, what build I should go for, the fact I even had to do a build. Like, I've known people play those games that have literally gone through most of the game, luckily, not having to do that, and just kind of getting through on the skin of the teeth until they've gotten to a point where they've just gotten stuck, and then someone's come in and been like, hey, why don't you try using that to upgrade your weapon, and you might it might help you. So I think in this game it's probably the same thing of like there's so much that they're given, they just don't know how to use it. And I think with Dark Souls players, they'll have an idea of like, okay, there's going to be some kind of mechanical system where I need to upgrade this, I need to upgrade this, what is it, and let me find it. For people who haven't played this game or haven't played previous games, they're not going to know that. And I think that's why a lot of people have struggled coming from a different genre into the game.
While I sympathize and I understand the struggle, I also don't feel like the game needs to change to accommodate them, right? Like they are trying. The open world itself is not a genre; it's just a descriptor, right? It just identifies what the area of the game is going to be like. In itself is not, you can't tell me that like Far Cry 6 and I'm trying to think of like another open, like Minecraft. They're not really the same genre. They're both open world, but they're not the same genre. And this is, again, like you mentioned, like Skyrim, The Witcher, and now this, right? And those three, I would say, are in the same genre. They're all that like RPG, right? I feel like that's like the big thing. But at the same time, like you can also say things like Ratchet and Clank are kind of an RPG. Diablo's an RPG. Like there are plenty of avenues to experience depending on what you're looking for, right? So if you're looking for something fantasy, there's plenty of fantasy games. If you're looking for something difficult, but you don't like fantasy, there's plenty of other difficult games. It's all a matter of like, again, it just all goes back to not everything is for everyone. And it's not saying I don't want people to experience it, right? I would love more people to experience it and enjoy it. But it's just at the end of the day, people are going to like different things. I have, there's people out there who look at like stuff like Game of Thrones and have zero interest in watching it. Like I'm not into fantasy. I'm not into political drama. For one thing, I'm not into nudity. There's plenty of reasons why it's, not for you. Does that mean Game of Thrones needs to go back and change itself to accommodate them? I don't agree. I don't. And that's why I feel like a lot of people feel that way about Dark Souls with, like, there's accessibility stuff, right? That could obviously be improved. Which is like, there's a big divide between difficulty and accessibility. And that seems to be a very like misunderstood argument a lot, because people are like, well, this game's hard, it needs to be more accessible. It's like, you mean color, like filters for people that have difficulty with like color blindness? Do you mean text to speech for things that aren't voiced in the game? Because there's a bunch of things that aren't voiced, item descriptions, stuff like that, especially when context clues to make progress are in the item descriptions. After you beat a boss, there is no one to tell you what to do with that boss. Like there's no direction. Unless you go and read the boss item and it says, hey, if you take this boss item to this location, you can do a thing with it. What I did today on stream was I was like, just wandering around the map aimlessly, being like, where do I go next? And then when I found that item description, I was like, stop. I have to stream because I want to show progress. And then I can go back, and now I've made progress, I can keep scraping on my like own time without worrying about revealing new stuff.
Oh, there's a person here?
Oh, someone's invaded you.
So
so this is the one that I fought that killed me, and this is what sent me to the hub.
This glitched to me on one of my playthroughs earlier. I did the grace, and it killed it.
Oh.
Yeah. It killed it?
It killed it, so I didn't even face this. This is my first time, but my second time being here.
You can definitely move out of the zone, and they'll despawn.
Oh, no, killed it.
So, that fight you did with the dagger guy that was throwing you blood stuff? What happened was I survived a certain amount of time, and then I backed out of the zone before the other guy had gotten summoned in.
Oh.
And it just said, congratulations, you survived against whatever.
Oh.
Like in like a little like note where it said you survived so-and-so is retreating or something like that. And then when I went back to that spot, I found the other dude standing there, and I talked to him, and he's like, so you tangoed with this guy, huh? You had a little fight? So I'm wondering if maybe that's what was starting to occur, was it was like, oh, he's gonna teleport out, and then you didn't, and it freaked out and just killed you. Excuse me, or killed it. Because that's what it did with me and the horse, right? I started flying up in the air, and then the game eventually just freaked out and killed me.
Oh.
Like, nothing hit me. It was just, I just suddenly was like, ah!
Yeah.
And it said, you died. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
When the game doesn't know what to do, it kills you to reset.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, just to answer your point from before. So I definitely don't agree with like them having to change the game to make it easier or whatever, or to make it more accommodating, unless it's more accessibility features, which I do agree there should be more of those in games.
Those absolutely should agree.
Yeah,
but it's the making things like less obtuse or less difficult. Both of those things are both like so integral to what makes Dark Souls, right? It's like the character of the game itself.
Yeah.
And so that's where it makes a lot of people very nervous for those 2 points specifically to be like people go, why is it fun to die 5,000 times?
Yes. Yeah.
But if you pay attention to any Dark Souls game, the whole game is focused around the cycle of life and death. And like the more times you die and the more times and the longer you live and stuff, it changes the state of the game. It's so like everything is built around the idea that you're going to die a million times, even mechanics. Poison, the way your health works, stats, the souls mechanic itself, right? You dropping your souls would be way less intense and people would care way less if you weren't also dying a million times on top of that. That mechanic kind of becomes like a moot point.
Yeah, but to me, if coming from an RPG standpoint, that's what makes it such a shame, because knowing more of the story now about Dark Souls and stuff, I just, in a way, and I know they tell the story through items, and I know that they're NPCs that you talk to, I just wish they had like slightly more clearer storytelling. In my opinion, I just wish it was ever so slightly more, even if it's just an NPC talking to you a little bit more. And I know it's a big thing about Dark Souls games and about looking into it just as an RPG player. You know, playing, for example, like a Final Fantasy game, you will know what's going on because you have people telling you, right, you need to do this, you need to go there, you need to do this.
Yeah, there's a strong narrative.
Right? And there's a strong narrative, and you understand that. And I just wish that Dark Souls has such good story.
I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, finish your point. And then I'll. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Dark Souls has such good story that it's just such a shame that it. And Elden Ring sounds like it's got a great story. It just suffers that little bit from not having a clear enough narrative. So when people are coming into this game new, they're not going to get that story, and I think that is such a shame. I completely agree with keeping the boss. I never had an issue with the boss difficulty. That's what these games are. That's what I came in for. I think anyone that bought Elden Ring should have really had an awareness that like. That's probably what you're going to get. It is a Dark Souls game. Like, don't complain about it if you can't do it. What you need to do is go away, improve yourself, improve your character, get better. You know, sometimes you do have to do a boss a lot. It happens, but it happens in any game. You can get stuck in a Final Fantasy game. You can get stuck in any game. You know, you just have to learn new methods and go ahead and rebuild and train. But I think that, for me, it's just the story has always suffered a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I'm
gonna agree.
I will agree with that for sure, right? Is that the story is very obtuse in like Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I would say in Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, it starts like you can tell there's an improvement, right? There's a noticeable improvement in direction and starting to like give you a little bit more to go off of.
Yeah.
This one, once again, improves on it even more, right?
Yeah, that's good.
There's definitely a more clear line between things. There's visual storytelling is even more clear than before.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of visual storytelling in Yorm's story, right? In Dark Souls 3 with, like, the bodies being burned up all in the room and all the gold and stuff's left behind. There's a lot of story there behind what happened there.
Yeah.
But you're not really going to get that through playing through without going through and reading every item description.
Yeah.
Here, Kage has just hit it, basically, this is your hub. This is your Firelink. This is the round table.
Yeah.
Kage, if you don't talk to him, but if you could just like do a lap around the table and show all the NPCs, if they're gonna like register,
they render, thankfully.
Oh, they do. Okay, cool.
So monk.
You can like, there's so many people you can talk to here that will give you little bits of story and different trainers and stuff. And when you speak to them directly,
Jon Snow,
instead of just being like talk and it jumps into a thing, it might, if they're a trainer especially, it'll give you a menu like learn sorceries. And instead of just saying talk, it'll be like, it'll ask, why are you chained up? Or if they mention something to you like, oh yeah, you know, I used to know Sorcerer Rajir back in the day. It'll give you a dialogue option. Tell me more about Sorcerer Rajir. Or are you guys no longer friends or whatever? This game is way more clear about handing you story.
Okay.
I think a big element of that is because Grimm was involved, right? George R.R. Martin.
Yeah.
Probably because they paid for that. They were like, there's no way we're going to let this slide by. Like, we need to pull him to the front a little bit, especially because they marketed him so strongly.
Yeah, 100%.
Mommy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this character, do you want to do the spoiler for this character? Do you want to semi-spoil this character? Do you want to talk about this at all? Because this has been another controversial thing.
Do you
spoil not know what this does?
I know it debuffs me.
Okay.
But she gives you something to get rid of it at the same time, I've been told.
Yeah, so it's a give and take, right? You can talk to this woman and she'll give you a hug, basically. She'll hold you in her arms and you take a slight debuff. I think it's what, like 10% health or something like that?
Something like that.
Or like 5%, you like lose a little bit of health, you lose a little bit of defense, but you have higher item find or something like that. And then she gives you a charm, which also gives you more buffs plus cures the previous debuff.
It's only 5%, you said.
So I'm not going to go too deep into this, right? But a lot of people didn't know about that, and so they were getting like frustrated because they're like, I found out way late that I keep going to mommy for hugs and she's fucking me up. What is this about? This is one. It tells you when you read the item description. Again, this is one of those like if people got the item and then read it right away, they'd be like, oh, okay, XYZ.
That's it. You got it.
The other big thing, that I feel like a lot of people aren't talking about, and I'm going to say the thing, and then we're going to kind of have to leave it alone. But if you talk to her, go ahead, Kage, because I think it says her name.
Talk to mommy.
Yeah, talk to mommy. Go ahead. Give her the love. Give her the business. Right there. All right. So she just goes, I am Fia. She tells you her name. Her name's Fia.
But briefly,
we talked about that WrestleMania sign in the beginning of the cutscene when they're talking about all the people, and they talk about Fia, the deathbed companion.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Damn, you got a good memory.
Bro, that's all I know, and I'm leaving it there.
Okay.
Vulgar.
And people are like, have already forgotten about that intro. They're like, oh, wait a minute, right? But this is that obtuse storytelling that I'm way more like, hang on. If this was Dark Souls 1, she would have been named something different. Yeah. Or she would have been like, oh, you can just call me the Maiden. Or you can just, they wouldn't have even given you Fia. That alone is already like, my brain is spinning off into Theory Land, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, there's a lot more like blatant, hey, I'm so-and-so. And you just go, wait a minute, didn't I just leave Castle so-and-so? This is awfully suspicious.
And I think
like, I would definitely say
over there as well.
Oh yeah, right there on the wall.
Yeah, is that a painting of her?
No, I think that's Queen Marika.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there's definitely, so from what I've gotten from the story so far, you can also definitely tell where George is involved because it has a lot of the George R.R. writing conventions.
Okay.
So like, you may have noticed in, I'm assuming you guys have watched Game of Thrones.
I have.
Okay. You know how you came across a lot of people with like, you had like Jeffrey, Godfrey, like a lot of like the names repeating, very similar to what Miyazaki does.
I've actually seen a tweet about this, and people are getting confused because a lot of the names are the same. I'm like, but they're not.
So we can talk about two characters off the, like, you know, obviously there's like Siegward and Siegmeyer over the course of the Dark Souls games, right?
Yes.
But they were
completely
generations apart.
Yeah, completely different people as well.
Different games. In this game, I don't know how none of us realized it because it was in the trailers we watched, but they talk about Godfrey, right?
Yes.
And Godfrey was the guy who has the big white lion behind him.
Yep.
In the art, and he's got the axe, and you're like, cool. Remember the guy with the hands?
Yes.
His name's Godric.
That's right. But
so already we've got Godric and Godfrey.
Yeah.
In the same sentence, right? And you're like, okay. And then there's like a couple of R names, and you're like, it's like Ramala, Renata, and Rika, and you're like, what the fuck? Come on, man. What do you... George, you need to work on your naming a little bit. All right, bud? Listen, George. And it definitely has like the faction drama that George R. Martin loves too, right? Like within, you know, I mentioned that there's different factions you can find earlier and stuff like that. And I'll give like vague swaths, right? So like obviously there's like gonna be like a magic academy, and then there's gonna be the religious sector for the faith people. Then, you know, you're probably gonna have your warriors for the strength people. Then you might have assassins. Within those factions, there's like other micro stories going on that aren't too difficult to pick up, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the way this game is structured, because my anxiety made me have to look at some things. you are able to respec. You are able to, after you beat the game, go into New Game Plus, or you can just continue back into the world as you have left it so far and try to pick up the rest of the stories and stuff like that and find out what else is going on. Optional bosses. So you could go back and scrape even after you've hit like the final boss.
Okay.
You can still go back and not be forced to.
Do you know what I find interesting in this game as well, compared to all the other sort of Dark Souls, is like you would have like your humanity, right? So you'd be like hollow or like pre-ashen or whatever, and you'd have to like use a humanity to become human. They don't have that in this.
Yeah. I think that's one of those obtuse mechanics that no one, like, for all the times I've played Dark Souls, I still don't fully understand that.
Yeah.
So that's really like the biggest thing that I'm kind of glad they got rid of, right? Because in Dark Souls 1, it was kind of unclear, but you would get like what, a health boost? It would also put you online, right?
It would put you online.
That was the big one in Dark Souls 1.
So if you stay hollow, no one can invade you. And if you consume humanity, you can reverse the hollow in, and then you can get invaders or summon help.
So I would never use that.
I think they changed that for Dark Souls 2, because I was speaking to Georgie about Dark Souls 2.
Yeah.
And, like, if you want to explain, Georgie.
So in Dark Souls 2, I can't remember what the name of them is, but basically, if you can get invaded no matter what your state is. So it doesn't matter whether or not you've used, I think it's a human effigy, it doesn't matter what you use. You can still get invaded. However, once you've been invaded, you can't be invaded for, I think it's 5 minutes. But then on top of that, you can also use items to stop yourself from getting invaded. So there is a way to stop it, and that will stop for a good period of time. Because I had an area where I kept getting invaded and I managed to use that. However, every single time you died, you took a health cut, and you could only get your health back up to full is if you used a human effigy. But there was a limited number in the game, and I think you could only get to like half health. So like if you died like 5 times.
Oh yeah, it worked like Curse in Dark Souls 1, right?
Yeah,
where like, that was the worst.
It was the worst.
Look, I'm never going back to Dark Souls 2. This Elden Ring has cemented that I am never going back to Dark Souls 2. That game, I tried recently. Like earlier this week, I took a break from Elden Ring because I was like, I knew we were gonna, like, even if it wasn't the focus of this episode, we were gonna talk about it. There was no way we were going to dodge this topic.
Yeah.
That game sucks so bad. That game is a nightmare.
Sorry, Dark Souls 2 fans.
Like, look, man, I'm not. You're crazy. Like, man, Dark Souls 2 has just.
I can't even. I
get the PvP was probably really good. Because I think it had like really strong build variety, but man,
see, whereas I'm on the
like a
PvP.
Yeah, I don't normally. I've done PvP in Dark Souls 3 a little bit, and it was like somewhat organized. Where a smaller streamer, was like, "Hey, I'm gonna open up like a lobby. I've never tried PvP." They are also a bunch of fighting game players, so we all jumped in and we're treating it like we like stood around in an arena. And we're like, "All right, 1v1." No. Honor have if someone was like trying to drink Estus, the rest of us would rush in and kill him because like, no, you can't. Whoa, there's rules. 1v1, first to 3, let's go. Like,
that's brilliant.
Yeah.
But man, Dark Souls, like, I will say I'm definitely gonna try PvP in this game though, for sure.
Yes,
just because of build variety and like, there's lances. Let's PvP joust. Let's go.
Have you seen the multiplayer maps in this? So like.
So that was something back when you were talking to Alexander. Are they fixed locations for PvP?
Yeah, so if I do...
Is that what it is?
This...
I was curious.
Oh god, this map's huge. Okay, if I do this...
Oh yeah, by adding that, it has now expanded the map.
So now, yes, you can now see where all the PvP is.
So I don't fully understand how does this work?
I think
you know how this works?
You have to be online for it, so like you can choose whether to be online or not.
Yeah.
Which is good. I'm glad they added that into this game, so you can play it without being invaded once.
Too.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't know why Dark Souls 2 did it the way they did it, but
because Dark Souls 2 is an abomination.
What I don't know is you got like a red ring and then like a blue one here, and sometimes you'll only get like a blue one. So is it certain factions where you get these?
I don't know. Does that say that maybe there are people there, like allies there, willing to be summoned?
And if you notice, the red one here is more intense.
Oh, wait. I think I heard someone talking about this, and I didn't understand what they were talking about.
Okay.
But now that I'm seeing the rings, so If there's a red circle, that means someone in that area has put down their sign to be summoned for PvP.
Oh.
The blue signs mean that someone has put down their sign there to either be an ally or for probably a boss fight or something. So I'm trying to look at where these things are.
They also change.
And they look like they look like they're at boss fight locations.
Yeah, because like sometimes the red ring will be like even more intense here, right? And if I scroll down here, you'll see like they're barely almost visible. So I'm not sure if it's a case of, is that a harder player to fight against because they've won so many matches?
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's any like sort of guide or any sort of explanation I could find online, just like something brief to explain, like
that's what I was trying to see.
Red rings on Elden Ring map. Oh, here we go. Red and blue circle markers.
Okay.
They show where co-op and PvP is most active.
Hup.
Check the bottom of the map for instructions on how to make them visible again. Okay. So it just tells you that like those are hotspots for PvP, right? Oh, you're gonna go for the no honor fight?
I'm going for the no honor. This guy deserves no honor. Show me that booty.
So this is like an NPC. This is like your first taste of like the PvP in this area, I guess. And Kage was trying to tell me, he's like, oh yeah, I try to have honor. I'm gonna bow to them, blah, blah. And I was like, no, you just gotta jump on him, backstab that, like get it in that ass. You just gotta get up in it, kill him.
Yeah, he is very strong. Ooh, I'm nearly dead already.
Yeah, I can't be asked to ever. I'm gonna uninstall. I'm actually gonna do it as soon as we get off stream. I'm gonna uninstall DS2 out of spite.
Do it.
You still got it downloaded? I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, because I'm also kind of like, I don't want to say I have OCD, right? Because that's very like extreme disorder. But
you got me.
Like Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring. I'm like, no. All right, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden. All right, even though I hate Dark Souls 2, it has to be there, right?
Yeah.
Devil May Cry. We don't talk about Devil May Cry 2.
It doesn't exist.
But if I'm going to own all the physical copies, I'm going to own all the physical copies. I've done the same thing with Resident Evil. I don't know how many times I've bought the Resident Evil remaster, but once I realized I could have physical editions of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8 all on PS4, I was like, I have to have them all.
Yeah.
I already have them on Xbox. I already have them on Switch. I already have them on my PC. But I could have a full shelf physical copy of Resident Evil. So let's go.
Yeah.
Get me in there. Like, so that's the only reason Dark Souls 2 has stayed. But at this point, good riddance. I might just delete all 3 No, I'm not gonna delete Dark Souls.
Just on a tiny little tangent and speaking about the Resident Evil, have you guys seen the film, the new one, Welcome to Raccoon City?
I got told not to watch it, but I want to watch it because of that reason now.
Interesting. See, I'm the same.
I heard it's pretty bad. I've heard a lot of people were really pissed off about Leon.
Yeah.
He's not my Leon.
Which is frustrating, right? Because one, I like the actor they picked to play Leon. I thought he was good.
Fair.
Like,
yeah.
There was a lot of people who were upset that he wasn't physically the same as Leon in the game, and they were being bigots about it, right? Which was ugly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, they use the term "not my Leon." Now, other people are like, "Oh, yeah," but the problem is that they made him a giant, like, bitch in this movie. He's an idiot. He's a giant wimpy idiot in this movie, apparently. And I'm
really?
like, oh no. That makes me really not like. I don't even want to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't. But at the same time, like, I love a train wreck.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch it.
Like, it either needs to be really good or it needs to be really bad. If it turns into like a real middle of the road, I would be more upset. I think that's my feelings on everything. Really, it's like a game has to either be really bad or really good. If it's just like a real, whatever middle of the road experience, I'm like, I could have just been sitting in a lukewarm bath. Like,
yeah, well, I need to give it a watch. But I think the thing for me that from what I've heard about it is that why on earth, when you have such good plot in the first Resident Evil game, in RE0 as well, in Resident Evil 2, why on earth would you take such extensive plot and shove it into one film? Like, it's such a waste of plot.
It's the same thing behind why did they even try to make their own plot with the original run of the movies? It's
the
same thing with all video game adaptations, really. And I'm trying to think of a good video game adaptation.
The first Resident Evil film. I actually thought it was okay.
I liked it as
The first one was fine because it explained a gap in the timeline, right?
Yeah.
There was no explanation of what actually happened in the hive to cause the outbreak.
Yeah.
Up until that movie came out.
Yeah.
And the second movie came out, and that's when it takes the dive. And I also think that's when probably the director and the main actress got married. Yeah. Because that's probably why she became the focus of the movies.
Well, yeah,
let me just keep writing movies to have my hot wife in them. Boom, what a life.
Much. Yeah, but then
and he got away with it for like 6 movies.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't just that. It was the fact the movies did really well. So the movies did well.
They did.
They
didn't.
Can I just say that they had the perfect person playing Albert Wesker?
Oh my god!
In one of the movies, I was like, he legit looks like him as well.
Yeah, he really did.
See, my pick for Wesker is actually who I think he's in the new one. I think he plays Birkin in the new Resident Evil movie, but that's who I would have picked to play Albert Wesker.
Okay.
They instead went for a younger guy in this new movie. They went for the guy from the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah, Tom Hopper, who's a very good actor.
Big ass. Oh yeah, but I know, like, I'm sure he does great, right?
Yeah.
For what he's given.
Yeah.
That's the problem, though, is that what they're given, I feel like it's crap every time.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they haven't just made a horror movie in a mansion with 3 actors.
That's what I mean. It's like, you've got such good story. I mean, even RE0 isn't a super long game, but even that would be an interesting movie to watch. And just, you know, you don't need to change loads. Just keep it to source material. And they could have done that with the other games. I think 1, 2, and 3, and 0. You probably could have 4 good movies there, you know, and then 4, and then 4 as well. Yeah, like, yeah.
4, I'm really curious what's gonna happen with 4. Resident Evil 4, because I think we're gonna see a Resident Evil 4 remake in the next couple of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's gonna be some big story changes.
Yeah,
I think they're recalibrating the series a little bit and redirecting it in little subtle ways that by the time we hit 6, maybe parts of 5, we might be looking at a different game entirely.
Mm-hmm.
We might see a different section. Because Resident Evil 6 is a nightmare. I know very few people that have ever gotten through that game.
I've not gotten
through it. I came close once while playing it co-op. I've never gotten through it since.
I have.
You've gotten through it?
I played the entire game.
Well, you've played the entire game? I think you're the second person ever that I know to have gone through it.
Yeah.
I don't, like, what I've played of the game, I don't think is terrible.
It's not.
I think the story is pretty wonky, but as a co-op game, it feels fine.
Say, isn't the same co-op, like, kind of like 5?
Yeah, which, again, Resident Evil 5 is another one that I'm like, it's a great co-op
I like 5.
I don't think it's a good... I don't
5.
think it's a good Resident Evil game, but I think it's a fun co-op game, right?
Yeah, it's a very fun... I agree. I think they're both very fun co-op games. I mean, I streamed some of 6 when I played it co-op. A lot of fun. It's really good. Like, there's certain things, obviously, like, I think in it, the team works a lot more because there's certain, like, things and mechanics that you have to do that will, like, affect the other player that I don't think happen as much in 5. So it's, like, it's very fun in that regard, and you do have to work together or it just becomes a bit of a troll fest, which is quite funny. But I will say, even the story in 6, it is very... All the stories interlink. Like, they all interlink, they're all at different moments of time, and there are lots of jump cuts between them and stuff, but, like, it's not actually bad. Like, I think people thought it was bad, but it's not actually the worst game. I think the problem is it was made like a co-op game. So the problem is it's made for playing co-op, and it's the same thing with 5. I think if you play it solo, it's not as enjoyable because they're both made to be played cooperatively, whereas 4 isn't made to be played cooperative. That is made to be played by itself, and that's the difference, is that, like, if you don't play a co-op, you're almost missing out on playing the game like the creators intended. Whereas, like, if you play it, so, like, in a co-op, everyone finds it fun co-op. It's not necessarily a good game, but people find it fun. Whereas play it solo, people don't like it.
I think, like, playing it solo is one of many problems. Like, the writing in 5 and 6 compared to... And I'm going to put this hot take out there. The writing in 4, too. The writing in 4 is not good. 4, 5, and 6 went, like, a very different direction.
Yeah.
And or maybe I shouldn't say it's not good, but it's very different from what I think people were wanting from more Resident Evil.
Yeah, it's not a horror game.
And, I think 4 is salvageable.
Yeah.
5, I think, could also be salvageable. 6, I don't know because I haven't finished it, right? So I don't want to sit there and say, but like Leon's section feels fine, but it also didn't like really connect to anything. I know I got through most of Chris's section too, and that was another one where it was like, I don't know how I'm feeling about where they took the character, right?
Yeah.
And this is like another big problem with the series now is that you've got 5 where Chris is like action hero, BSAA agent Africa. 6, he's now surly war vet. 7, he's working for Umbrella or New Umbrella.
Yeah.
8, he's now like salty salt and pepper daddy commander, which like I mean I don't mind that direction.
Yeah.
But there's like there's a lot of gap there.
Well, it was also weird because
where's Claire and all that? Because that was like a huge arc they were building those first couple games.
Mm-hmm.
And then they kind of just like quickly revisit it in Code Veronica in like a not great way, and that's it.
Well, that's where the Revelation games come in.
See, I haven't played them. I own them both.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's when the spin-off Revelation games come in and do a whole different. See, this is God. This could just be an episode in itself. It's just Resident Evil because there is so much to get into with Resident Evil because there's so
absolutely.
many.
And I'm down to do
Yeah, I think we should do a Resident Evil episode. I'm actually really down for that because I love Resident Evil.
I agree.
But I will just say I think 7, in my opinion, in the storyline, I'd need to sit and go through it properly, but I think 7 was almost a soft reboot because the issue is that in 8, Chris is actually against BSSA and never mentions that he used to work for BSSA, his connections to like he has like no connections or links to BSSA in 8, apart from like the fact that like he's like, oh well, there's BSSA agents coming in, but like they used to be the good guys, so like why are they?
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, so it's just there's a
lot
chunk that's like missing, so it's all very weird. So it's like I think 7 is this soft reboot in a way, but it makes me intrigued for more because then it's like, are they going to bring back more characters from the series to put into 7 and 8? Because in my opinion, 4, 5, and 6 are action games. They're not horror games. These remakes have taken them, and 7 and 8 have taken them back to being horror games, which I love because I love survival horror, so I want them to be horror games, you know? But I think that that weird middle portion isn't horror, and I think for me,
they're not scary.
Yeah, for me personally,
I mean, it's the same with the movies too, right? The CG movies, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
which those are supposed to be the canonical ones, and they're
it's all just too.
They're a train wreck worth watching.
So when you watch them, some of the stuff that the characters do, I don't think it's actually physically possible.
No, what do you mean? You mean Leon and Chris doing gun fu in the hallway, reloading while like, oh my, it's so good. It's so good.
Well, which character is that reminiscent of? Out of everything,
none of Wesker.
No.
Wesker in Resident Evil 5, maybe.
Wesker or
Matrix
Alice,
shit.
Who are both genetically modified characters that have taken virus. Like I don't know which virus it is, but they've both had virus, which means these other characters somehow exposed to the virus? Why can they be bitten so many times and not turn? This is where you can get into the bloody theories about it, which is why it's interesting.
Canonically, they've never been bitten.
Yeah,
that's the lore basically.
Oh, okay.
Is that except for, is it Jill in 3 that you have to give her the cure?
Yeah, Jill gets spiked by the tyrant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but she's really given a cure.
I don't know if it's in the original. I'm gonna play the original soon, but the remake, I'm not. It is in the remake. Yes,
it's in the remake. I don't remember it in the original.
I believe it is in the original because I think there is still a hospital sequence with Carlos.
But she gets a cure that no one else, that they don't give to anyone else.
Yeah, because I have a little extra backstory on all this because not only did I play these games as a kid, and it wasn't just like I played these as a kid, right? I played them with my we sat down as a family eating dinner and we're like, it's time to play Resident Evil, guys. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna get once a week maybe, and that eventually turned into me reading the novelizations of those games, which adds more canonical story, which is kind of cool. But basically, the understanding is that Umbrella owns everything in this city.
Yeah.
So the hospitals, all of it, which is like an obvious point, but that's why that kind of explains why there's cures all over the place for this stuff. I think that's also what it's in the intro video to the original 3 game, is you see them trying to get away with the cure. Or am I thinking 2? Oh man, I just remember there's a scene in the sewers.
2 and 3 confused me so much.
Yeah, because they go on at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think the cutscene I'm thinking of was in 3, but it actually takes place during the events of 2.
Well, because
so
2 and 3 do take.
Yeah, they take place like a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
slightly out. Yeah.
So it probably is, but there's like you see like Umbrella agents trying to escape the sewers with a suitcase full of the vaccine and the virus.
Yeah.
And it might be 2 because I think Birkin's the one that kills him. But that that also lets you know that there are like multiple areas where this vaccine and cure and disease were being stored. So
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I forget how we even got on this. How do we tangent into this?
Do you feel like the Resident Evil remakes, like 2 and 3, have gone back to the sort of 4 and 5 sort of concept of Resident Evil? Because obviously they did like 7 and 8, and then it just feels like they've gone back to the sort of third-person shooter.
No, I think it's blended the two quite well.
Yeah, okay. I think so. Well,
I think the fixed camera angles aren't going to be a thing anymore. I think they were a product of the time that let them do those like really involved pre-rendered backdrops and stuff like that. But now that we can do the third person, I think I personally would like them to pursue that direction.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I'd even prefer if they dropped the first person stuff, because as much as I really enjoyed
I
7 and 8,
struggled with like the OG sort of controls with the sort of fixed cam and the tank controls. I really struggled.
I love those.
I will say because I've been playing Silent Hill recently, right? And that obviously has all the tank controls, but I will say being able to set it up on your PC so that you can actually, like, you can set it up so those tank controls don't become much of an issue. Like, there was a chase scene in Silent Hill 3 where you've got to turn down different corridors, and I've got the PC version of Silent Hill 3, and you can just change the controls so it's a lot smoother. So even if you do have that fixed camera angle, it is actually made a bit easier than playing like the OG on a PS1 or like on a PS2 game.
Yeah.
Like you do have a bit more fluidity with it. But I think with the remakes, I think 3 unfortunately missed the mark because it just cut too much and was just a short game, and they were just trying to push that multiplayer piece of shit that we don't need to talk about. But I think
there's a multiplayer.
There is. It's
there's 2.
And there's another one coming out as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Reverse.
Which is blending all the universes, and it looks really weird. And then, but we can talk about that another time. And then RE2 remake, I actually think did it perfectly, where it took it back to survival horror. However, the original game is also still scary. So they haven't really moved it forward in any way with those games. I think they've just given the current generation the games, but in a better format. Okay. And I hope that they do them I hope they do it with 4 and 5 and 6, but improve the story and actually push the story forward past that point so we can actually finally see where the games go. And maybe even link them to 7 and 8.
They start to hint to that in 2 and 3, right? By pointing towards Europe as where the Nemesis program takes place. Yeah. Which would then lead to it making sense of why is 4 taking place in Europe. Because 4 was like out of nowhere, new environment, which made sense. Right, because obviously Raccoon City doesn't exist anymore, so where are they going to go after 3? We need a new location. But they never really they never give an explanation to why that place. Whereas like in 5, at least they go, hey, this spot in Africa is where the progenitor flower is from, which is kind of like where the T virus, C virus, G virus, all that research started.
Right.
They give that like reason to why they're in Africa. 4 is never. It's just, hey, there's just another zany Umbrella pop-off going on in Europe. Crazy. It's like. So hopefully, by pointing now to the Nemesis program stuff, we might actually see more development in the research labs, stuff with the liquors, stuff with them actually like building the bioweapons, which, unfortunately, with the remake so far, have all been pretty much cut. There haven't been a lot of them.
No.
Not compared to like at least what there used to be.
Yeah.
And even. Like
fleshed out.
Some of these symbols, like the giant spiders. Where I know. Sorry, I know.
Yeah, I've been watching. I've been watching a Georgie play it and a couple of others, and I don't like the spiders.
No, I would say because in that game.
All right, so maybe you could probably do without spiders and make it something else, but there's like a lack of enemy variety, right? Where it was almost like in the original game, it was almost like an SCP type aspect where each different enemy was so unique that you had to have a different strategy to put up with them. And in the remakes, it's put them down with bullets. kind of been the solution. I mean, you could still sneak past the lickers.
Yeah.
The hunters really are just like tough.
Yeah.
Which I feel like they didn't really do enough with that in 3. That was kind of a bummer. You know, they cut out like the giant worm. They've cut out a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. But even just the way the nemesis chases you, like they cut out like a lot of Jill's bits. But, I remember just being in like offices, and I think it was in like I want to say in the police station, but like I just remember being around, and the nemesis just kicks down the door and just starts.
You're in the staff room in the police station that you go into in Resident Evil 2, and they like you glance over it. There's really only one chase sequence with Nemesis in that game, which is the first area before you get the train going. You have your chase sequences, but everything after that is like he's mutating and changing, and it's like, why didn't you still have him be that constant pressure threat instead of it now turning into like arena fights?
Yeah, like you kind of.
I feel like it was such a missed opportunity to have Nemesis chasing you through the hospital.
Yeah, that would have been terrifying. Like, I think like that pressure on you in such a small environment as well would have just been like, oh my god, like that would have been really hard to navigate. And I think that like, I mean, I would say with Nemesis, I feel like all the chase sequences were very fixed, so it didn't really give you much choice as to like where to go to like defend and stuff. Like you were just very fixed in where you were going in those, and I don't think they were bad. I think they were still quite scary, but like they were very fixed on your actions. It was like even when you got to the roof, you then had to get into the car, you then had to hit him with the car and drive him off the roof, but you couldn't like start a fight with him, or you couldn't like try and climb down or whatever. Like you didn't have many choices. You were just like, right, it's fixed and this is what we're doing, and that kind of took away the fear from it, because then you just knew where you needed to go.
Yeah, where like it's so good in the remake too, where it's like Mr. X chasing you. So, it's just so well designed.
Yeah.
Why did they not just do it again?
Well, that was
it would have been so easy.
Missed opportunity, maybe?
They did so well that I think they were just so eager to get 3 out and push, like, basically while the hype was high. I think they were just so eager to get 3 out. I think 3 came out a lot sooner than I thought it would, and it was a very expensive game for how short it was. And it just was such a shame that they didn't, like, buff out the game more. Like, and they just then pushed this multiplayer in that was okay, it wasn't the best. But also it's just like, if you're going to do Resident Evil multiplayer, like, you've done it, and you know what's good, so like, why do this weird, like, group-based thing that's so hard to beat as well? It's so ridiculously, like, biased towards the person who's controlling everything that, like, the players just don't stand a chance. It's ridiculous. But
so I had heard a rumor, and I was like, let me look this up to confirm that it was a different team that worked on Resident Evil 3 versus Resident Evil 2.
Oh wow.
Because so there's Capcom has a bunch of teams, right? There's Capcom Blue and Capcom Gold, and then there's the fighting division, and then they have Team 1. There's like there's a whole bunch of teams and stuff,
quite a few
right?
teams there.
Yeah. So it was a different team. But I was trying to confirm that, right? And so I looked up, I googled Resident Evil 3 Nemesis remake made by another team.
Yeah.
And the first thing that comes up, the Resident Evil 3 remake development team has revealed it made changes to the game specifically to link it to sequel Resident Evil 4.
Right. Well, there you go. Makes sense.
So we can just confirm that. We can just check that box. We have once again spoken it into reality. Chat Lord's at it again, dictating reality.
We've done it, guys. But that means then they better deliver a damn well good Resident Evil 4 remake.
Which, like 4 wasn't far from the mark in writing, but like it definitely could do with.
I feel like there's things they could cut out of 4 and make it better.
It feels like that's what they're gonna. I think you might be on the money where like we've said they're gonna change 4, and it's gonna be a very different game to the original. However, 4, I would say out of all the games, 4 is the one that I would say has the biggest fan base and has the biggest like nostalgia for people.
Yeah,
and they might absolutely fuck themselves, to be honest, doing that. I might mess this up completely because they've got to produce a damn good game.
They do.
We'll see.
4 is going to be scary.
We'll see. Ooh.
Yeah. People lost the hope with 3. So I think
it's, Capcom goes through these swings, right? People weren't happy with Monster Hunter Rise because it's not Monster Hunter World. It's a very different game than Monster Hunter World.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like, Monster Hunter World is one of a kind. They had never made like a full console game before, not for a Nintendo system, and nothing. You know what? No, I'll say it. I'm not a big Nintendo fan. Nintendo's hardware is not meant to be the cutting edge, right? It's not like they're not pushing graphics or
no, they're not. Of course, they're not.
Yeah.
Nintendo off doing its own thing, and that's they act like they do, and that's a whole nother new story we could talk about actually. But Monster Hunter World, like, that really raised people's expectations, and then Resident Evil 2 came out, and again, it was Resident Evil 2 as a case of the guy went, "I'll do it if you give me the money for it and leave me alone."
Yeah,
and that was the same thing that happened with Devil May Cry 5. All three of those games came out, bang, 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 and those were all bangers.
Yeah.
Those games, to this day, I'm gonna go back and play those more. I still play Monster Hunter World.
That's a great game.
Devil May Cry 5 and Resident Evil 2 are they're incredible. They have such high replayability. You just give them 6-7 months, and you go back and you're like, oh, I forgot how sick this is.
Yeah.
All for their own reasons.
Yeah.
But then immediately after, it was like, whoa, we've got bangers? Cool. All of a sudden, Resident Evil 3, Monster Hunter Rise turns out. No, Monster Hunter Rise, again, I give credit because it was a handheld series. I don't say predominantly, but most recently it's been a handheld series, so them supporting Nintendo in that way makes sense. And then what else have they done? Street Fighter. They made the Street Fighter announcement. That was not going over well.
No.
There's just they go through these ups and downs, and it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Especially being such a giant Capcom arc. It is a doozy.
Speaking of announcements, did we want to talk about any news for the week? And kind of look at
I think we've hit the marks for Elden Ring for right now until we beat it. So we can kind of shelf Elden Ring until we start turning that in.
Cool.
We can touch on the news and kind of not saying I don't enjoy chatting, but
No. I know.
You said we were going to keep it short tonight, and now we're all right, we're almost at 3, and we're chug it along.
That's good for us, though. That's good. We're doing well.
Doing
normal.
We are. True. So let's touch on some news.
Okay.
Stories, you guys. I know you got some stuff.
Well, I mean, we've already touched on some of them, but the first one I wanted to touch is: do either of you play Dead by Daylight?
No. I've played it once, and it was enjoyable with friends for that one session, and then I uninstalled it.
Right. Why? Why did you uninstall it?
I'm not big into horror, so I'm scared of horror games, and I'm scared of horror films because I'm a baby and a wuss. I need hand holding, or my eyes to be shielded, and my ears. Oh, I need to hide behind a couch. Yeah, I'm terrified by them. I don't know why. I just can't do them. I could do cheesy horror.
Which is it's so funny that you got sucked into a community that was so
I know
fixated on horror, and it's very funny.
Well, how would you feel about seeing those characters in a different light?
Oh, do tell, my friends.
In a romantic light.
What?
Well, there has been a leak that Dead by Daylight have tried to get the trademark for the name Hooked on You, which is going to be a Dead by Daylight dating simulator.
You know how I feel about dating sims. Sign me up. I'm trying to talk mad shit. Oh God, bro.
Why?
I'm so excited.
Yeah. So basically, they have decided they've filed for the trademark. I think they may have actually gotten it, but that I'd need to confirm. But yeah, it was leaked that the company have tried to get it. Now, whether or not this is going to be, for example, a dating sim with the actual killers or with the survivors, I don't know if it's going to be a mix. I don't know. I mean, something I always said that would be really funny, because obviously Daddy Pyramid Head would be dating simulator game with like Pyramid Head, with like Lady Dimitrescu, with like all these like different.
Just put them all in there.
Like put them all in there. So I'm like so
Hellraiser,
down.
Pinhead, the Cenobite.
I'm
What am
so
I?
down
Scrub.
for this game. But I don't know what it's gonna be, but I'm very, very excited for it. I think it could be, Oh.
Wow.
I'm just Googling just to check, just so I have it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Pop it up, there it is. Yeah, so I'm hoping it's gonna be the killers, in my opinion. I think it. I
feel like they couldn't do it with this. No one cares about the survivors enough, do they?
No, I don't.
So all right, so I
think
didn't clarify. I've never played this game.
Right.
I've been invited to play this game a bunch. I've looked at it and I'm like, I like the idea of hide and seek with the homies.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about like, oh yeah, so how do I put this? A bunch of people when I was like going to play, they're like, oh yeah, I'm a survivor main. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What? Why would you not want to play the killer? And apparently I'm a weirdo for wanting to, because I was so hype on this game. I even went through the killers list and I bought a killer for myself to try. I was like, this one looks the coolest. I'm gonna
Which
I
one did you
looked
buy?
up the killer.
Do you remember?
Was it the plague guy?
The plague. Oh, there is a female plague character, I think.
I don't know if it's a female. I'm gonna have to just look up the list of killers in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
But he looked cool. He had a hood and like a glowing orange face, and I was like, I'm down. Sick.
Oh, okay. Okay, that could just be a skin of a character. Yeah, there's a lot of characters. There is actually, speaking of characters, a new character. A new character is dropping next. It's actually dropping in 2 days. A brand new character, which is Sadako from The Ring.
Ooh, I saw this. So I love that archetype, right? The ghost girl thing.
Oh, yes,
I even play a ghost girl in a fight. Blight. That's the character.
Oh, Blight,
Talbot
okay.
Grimes, Blight.
Oh,
I don't know what he does. I just thought he looked cool, and so I bought him.
Oh, okay, yeah, he looks sick. Oh, he's a DLC. Okay, yeah.
Don't you play is it Hisako in Killer Instinct?
Yeah, who's again? It's that
Ghost
like
girl.
the Japanese ghost girl, the Ring or the Grudge type stuff. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That I wonder, does it do a bunch of like TV effects? I'm curious.
So there have actually been people playing it already, because people have already gotten it and stuff. So I've tried not to watch too much footage myself because I don't want to spoil it. The only thing I have seen is that there's definitely wells involved. So I think that, I mean, potentially, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in chat if you know this, but I think there could be multiple wells throughout the map, and I think that might be how she gets around, which is kind of similar to like the Demogorgon. So the Demogorgon can basically use the Upside Down to travel around, so it goes underground, it like can travel to another spot on the map and pop up. So it's not an entirely out of the place mechanic. However, I did think I heard someone say that potentially she might crawl out of TVs around the map. So there might be one well and then multiple TVs.
Like, so depending on like what the map is, it might be different spots, maybe?
Could depend, yeah, because obviously there's a lot of different maps in this game. One of my favorites is the RPD police station. That map is insane.
See,
massive. I love that.
Once they announced that, I was once again like, I've bought this game, I should play it. And then everyone's like, yeah, I don't really play that game. Or like, it gets real toxic. Or like, I'm like, you don't have to get toxic. Like, I am cool to be the killer amongst my friends. If that's what like people don't want to play killer, I'll do it.
So it can get very toxic, and I think if you're playing like offline, it's you and a group of friends, then like absolutely fine. The online communities, however, can get quite toxic, and the actual like players themselves can be a bit toxic. So for example, like if you're playing with randos online, you could have a player, for example, that could body block you, so you get hit by a killer, and they want you to kill.
Can you explain tunneling to me?
Tunneling isn't tunneling where you just like go after one player the entire game. Is that not what tunneling is?
I think that's what they were on about.
So where they focus in on one player.
Yeah. I mean, so
then that's
what I know of, like, what I've known from dabbling in like MOBAs, that's pretty common where like a team will like target, like, or even sometimes your teammates will go against you and like call you out to the other team so that the other team can go after you.
Oh,
yeah.
I know stuff like that is pretty widespread. Like, so weirdly, I mean, not weirdly, but I
like,
guess I just made the decision
people have a go and they're like,
ago.
that's not how the game's meant to be played. And
so
I make the argument where it's like, is it not though? Because if it wasn't meant to be played that way, would it not be a thing that you could not do? Or is it just etiquette in the game? It's a bit of a strange one for me.
There are different etiquettes in the game.
Etiquette.
Okay. There are actually, so for example, when the killer hooks, so I've learned a lot about this as well, just from playing with my friends. When a killer hooks someone, the etiquette is to not just sit there.
not like babysitting. Camping in.
Yeah, camping. Because the thing is, what has to happen is you have a certain limited amount of time for the other players to get that person off the hook. When the person is off the hook, they are injured, so they will leave a blood trail when they run anyway, unless they've got some perk on. And it is harder to get away sometimes. If you have someone camping, chances are that if that killer is there and a survivor comes up, unless you have at least 2 survivors working together, that survivor coming up could easily get downed as well, and then the killer could just down each survivor at that point, and you're not going to win. It's quite tricky anyway, because you can have one killer that can be extremely experienced. 4 survivors, you've got to work on generators, and the generators take time. And if you even just working on a gen, some killers have perks where they can see you. So even just trying to play the game, you're already at a disadvantage. The killers actually have really good advantages in this game. Like, you can only really escape for so long because they will kind of catch up to you eventually anyway. If you run, you're at a disadvantage because they can see you. You can trigger different things on the map so they can hear you. It really is a game where like the killer is definitely like prior, like they have the kind of leg up if they're definitely an experienced player.
I've heard,
or even just knowing perks.
I've heard the opposite.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've also heard the opposite. That's normally the survivors that are mega toxic.
Yeah.
I've heard it's the.
Yeah, it depends on who you play with and how you play. In my experience, I always find that like I'm usually playing with people that are good, but like the killers are usually better. And because we'll usually be 4 of us playing survivors, and then it'll be like a killer. But I will say that like
I think we came across is it a friendly killer? You get like friendly killers in the game as well?
Yeah, you get some killers that, so what they'll do is they will basically like, they might down you and then they'll pick you up and then they'll put you down, because they can do that. But you can actually be put, or they'll let you escape, because if you escape from them while you're on their shoulder, you can run away.
Okay.
So, but like that basically is usually people that are trying to get XP. So it's XP, because there's the XP in the game and you want to level up, and when you level up you can get more perks, and that is obviously a benefit to you, and then you can get to different classes in the game, and like, so people want to get these perks so then they can like level up more and get to the higher
get to the better
we literally had someone who killed our entire team. I think they left, I think it was myself alone, or I think it was like one of my friends we were playing with, like DMAC or something. They let them escape, and then they actually came into our chat and said, "Always leave one alive."
Yeah, well,
we were like, "Oh my god!"
they get more XP.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, sometimes I'm pretty sure. Yeah, sometimes they get more XP. So yeah, it's same again. It's a benefit for them to do it.
Yeah,
it's a good thing. So yeah, it's one of those interesting things where like, anyways, but yeah, so the new character is coming out in 2 days. Very excited for it. She's going to be a pain in the arse, I can already tell. She's going to be a pain to
That's exciting. I might have to try that. I might be looking to try
the Mori that she has as well is dope.
The what she has?
The Mori.
What's that?
Mori.
So each of the characters, so each killer has something called a Mori, where basically it's like a move that can essentially just like kill the character straight off. But I think there are certain conditions they have to meet to use the Mori, and her Mori is
okay. Good. So like all right, that's neat. That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
All right. That's yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out, I think. I think it's finally time to try this copy of Dead by Daylight that I paid money for.
Finally,
it's maybe
I can
like
now play something.
So, but
well, if you want to play, let me know, because I have it. But we can always try and get like a little group.
Oh, I definitely think I would try to get a group together, just because. Man, I've just moved on past playing games with randoms. I feel like it's just not my favorite thing to do.
Just like playing with friends, unless it's Mortal Kombat. I don't mind facing random players in Mortal
Kombat. Fighting games are, like I said, I treat them like they're I don't even treat them like video games. Like they occupy a different space in my brain. Like me playing a fighting game is like me going to baseball practice or something. Like I'm training. I'm laughing. I'm trying to learn something. This is not like it sounds so weird to be like, this isn't for fun. But I mean, it's like a different kind of fun, right? It's like it's like doing homework for fun. So
the only other piece of news I had, which same again is relevant to the horror community, and I don't know if you guys played the first chapter, but Poppy Playtime Chapter 2 dropped a new trailer. And this game is it's weird because I don't know if you guys, did either of you play the first chapter of this game, or have you heard of it?
I'm too fucking terrified to play it.
I don't know what platform it's on. I I saw Markiplier was playing it.
Yeah, I think it's
my
PC.
PC can't always run stuff, so this I could probably run this, to be honest. I didn't know it was going to be episodic. I thought, like, I was kind of caught off guard when Bendy did it a couple years ago. Is this made by the same people that made Bendy?
I don't think so. I can have a look. I don't think so. I think they're an independent, but I don't know if, because like they've kind of come out of the blue.
Little bit of a plug here, but I actually watched Georgie's reaction trailer of it for the second one, which was actually really good. So I was just like, oh, that looks terrifying. I will never play that.
Yeah, this game, not for me.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, my internet froze.
That's all good.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I was just saying we watched your trailer on your YouTube channel, your reaction channel, and it was too scary. I was just like, I cannot be playing this.
Yeah, well, it's one for me where like this game kind of came out of the blue, because it was like no one had heard of it, and then I think all of a sudden everyone was like streaming it. And it was like people who don't even stream horror games were streaming this game. Like it really amped up some steam. Like it was kind of nuts.
I watched Comic play the first one. I was just like, yeah I'm not playing this.
I hate to like accredit this to one specific thing, but it feels like there are certain content creators that when they play something and it really pops off, you immediately see it gaining steam, right? So like I would say Markiplier is one of those. Where this is, I saw him do a video. And then within like 2 or 3 weeks, everyone's playing this game, and I'm like, whoa. And it was the same way with like, you know, like a lot of like rage games. Like you see people playing Jump King, and like once that game started to get popular, like once like who was the first one that was really playing Jump King?
I think it was Ludwig.
It may have been Ludwig. I don't remember, but like one person started playing it, and suddenly
everyone's playing it. Yeah, and it kind of makes it like, I mean, it's good for exposure, I guess, for the game and stuff, but it does get oversaturated.
It definitely makes it. I don't want to say difficult to get this, but it's
well,
I don't know. My experience is just like I find it frustrating at times, I guess, especially when you've played a game a bunch and you're like, I've been playing this on my channel for weeks. No one can like.
And then Markiplier comes along. He's just like, hey, just found this new game. No one's playing it, and it's just like, oh great.
Oh yeah. Well, so it's. I feel like the frustration comes more, not necessarily from the number side of it or like how saturated it gets on Twitch, but when like your own friends come to you and are like, oh, hey man, you heard about this game? And I'm like, oh, you mean the one I've been streaming for like, not that I played Poppy's Playtime, but like, there have definitely been times where I've been trying to convince like, or even my family does this to me all the time. Where I'm like, look, I've been telling you about this game Elden Ring coming out. You guys should check it. Like, it's gonna be so good, and no one gave a shit. And then I came downstairs like the day or two after it released, and I was telling my stepdad, I was like, "This game sounds really neat. What's it called?" I'm like, "Elden." He's like, "Oh, Elden Ring. Markiplier played that." I'm like,
"You fuck."
I'm just like, I'm out. I'm going
away. I love it.
Send me home.
My god.
Well, this is the thing. So this, like I said, this game kind of came out of the blue, and you might be right, but then I think that there are some games where like they have played them, but they haven't necessarily blown up on Twitch. So I don't know how much I agree with that too much. Because for example, like in a game like Elden Ring, fair enough, Markiplier played it, but it's not going to make a load of people stream it.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. No, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. Don't mean you saying like, oh, people are only playing this. I'm just saying it's funny to see certain things hit. Like what was it called? Inscription.
Yeah,
Inscription did the same thing where like
I still need to play that.
There were like
actually
a few people that had played through it or played a bunch of it, and then all of a sudden it was I don't remember if it was Mark or Jack, but one of them played it, and suddenly it was like the category on Twitch was crazy. My front page was nothing but I was like,
it's almost like the best advertisement that a game could get. But
oh yeah, for sure.
But the thing about this game is that like, so I'm not a big fan of chase horror. So for example, like Outlast, on my channel, chase horror, like Outlast, like basically where you are
stuff where you can't fight back.
Well, you can't fight back. I prefer survival.
Alien? Like Alien?
Yeah, like Alien Isolation. You can fight back to some extent, but for the most part, you're hiding. I don't like it. Absolutely not. Scares shit out of me. But with this,
that would scare me.
Yeah, with this, I actually quite enjoyed it. And it, like, just in itself, the actual story that it tells, the kind of, like, the actual design of the characters, just, like, so much about it is so good. It's so good. And
I
just,
like your reactions
the
when you
are, like, interesting.
You played the first one.
I'm so excited. Oh, my God.
Is this like, can you play this on mobile?
Wait, you play on mobile?
I think there might be. I did see something about it. I don't think the graphics are quite as good, but I thought I saw something about it, and I was quite like surprised. So maybe
because like I mean, if I could play this on mobile, I might. I mean, I kind of want to look at it anyway, just because you're hyping up, but I'm curious.
Yeah,
but...
it's really good. It's also cheap. Like, that's the thing as well, is that, like, I don't know if each chapter's going to be, you have to pay for each chapter, but, like, for what it is, like, if you've ever played, like, I compared it to kind of Bendy and the Ink Machine and Five Nights at Freddy's. When I
got a Five Nights at Freddy's sort of feel for it.
Yeah, you definitely get that vibe from it, but also I like the fact it's a lot more open. Like, kind of like Bendy and the Ink Machine. Like, but it is freaking terrible. Like, that moment where you see him, oh my god, it is terrifying. But it's interesting because the theory behind the story of it already is so fascinating. And there's little features and bits that you play it again and you can, like, I've played it a few times now, and you can go through and you see certain things, or you see things moving, or you just look and he's there at the corner of your eye. And it's so much scarier than you think it ever would be. But just, like, the actual detail in this game is so good. And I think that's why a lot of people, like, really enjoyed it.
Isn't it quite a short game as well, Georgie?
It is. You can play it within an hour. Oh. Yeah, but you got to remember, it's only chapter 1.
Oh yeah. So the chapter 2 is coming out.
So they're going to do.
I think when it ends, I won't say too much, but like towards the very end, when you sort of that chase, I was just like, I'm out. I was like, I can't watch anymore. I'm out.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
But it's the same thing again of, like, you do it repeatedly and you can learn it. You know, when you load in just before the chase.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not like you're having to replay the entire thing to get to that point. It's not super I mean, the first time I did it quite a few times. I couldn't do it. So I ended up putting on this soothing music, and then I stopped panicking, and I did it first time like that. It was
nice.
Gotta turn on the slow jams.
It was ridiculous. And then people said I cheated because I technically wasn't playing it like a horror game. So then I basically
play it how you want.
I took that as a challenge. I restreamed it, and I did it like first, second try.
Good.
Again after that time, because I was just like,
play
no,
I'm
not played this game. Like, I have completed this game. And they're like, no, you've not completed the game because you played it with the
music off.
Music on. Yes. No. Like, I just put soothing music on, because the thing is, like, the more.
Well, I mean, I assumed I made the assumption like you turn the game music down and then.
Yeah, I'll put my
turn, like your
yeah. Well, yeah, because the sound design in this game is amazing as well. Really good. Very good.
Sound design can. I don't want to say it can save a game, but it can definitely do a lot to help a game, right? I know, Kage, you've been playing The Hunt a lot, and that has, like,
okay,
that
so
crazy
I can
omnidirectional
talk
sound.
Loads about The Hunt. So yeah, the omnidirectional. So sound is a big thing in Hunt Showdown, like, especially if other players are going to get you. So you've got, like, these big sort of, like, forest land areas, and if someone walks over like a stick or something and you hear it in the far right, you know their sort of location. You're like, oh, this player's that are going to attack us, or there's like bits of cutlery and cans and stuff that you can walk past. I mean, you can hear them clanking. You're like, oh shit, this player's over there. You can hear shots from the distance, and you can really gauge where they are just from the sound alone. It's really, really clever.
Yeah, I mean, they're not the first game to do that.
No, not at all. But there's a heavy emphasis, because you got things like walking past a horse, and it'll like kick off and like neigh everywhere, and you'll be like, oh shit, okay, I gotta silence that horse. There's crows and birds you need to watch out for, and other things. You want to be as quiet as you can in that game, but at the same time, there's so many obstacles in the way that will basically hinder where your location is, and just be like, oh, here's some players, and you'll just be able to, you'll either get shot from nowhere because someone's hiding in a bush, or yeah, you're just gonna get ransacked by someone else, or you'll see someone. It's a crazy game. And each time you load in, it's like a different experience every time you load in, because you don't know someone else's playstyle. Every team has a different playstyle.
Yeah,
it's definitely. I'm gonna have to check out both of those games, just because like good sound engineering, like I said, it can be a really strong selling point. So if Poppy's got this like strong audio background, I'm definitely down to check it out.
But also just an intriguing story. Like, just from what you get so far, like, you don't get much, and like there's a lot of little clues to find, but basically a lot of it's in videotapes, and it's like really old school videos that play.
Oh, okay.
And they're really cool.
So would it be worth jumping into now, or do you think I should wait and maybe wait till the whole thing's just done? The fact that I've like being detached from it makes it easier to avoid spoilers, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like as soon as I get in, now like spoilers are now like live for me. Right now, if I wait, I could like someone could tell me what happens and I probably won't remember.
Yeah.
Not to like be rude about, just, you know, there's like this like mental detachment where before you don't care. But the second you like I'm sure once you start playing Elden Ring, there's gonna be a party who's gonna be like, oh wait, don't tell me what's coming up. I don't want to know. Like, don't tell me exactly what's coming up next, but watching it right now is not ruining it really for you.
No, I'm just gonna be there like bloody Margit. I'm gonna be like, that's gonna be me. Just getting bloody stuck on bloody Margit. That's what it's gonna be. I can tell already.
I like that you call him Margit because I've been calling him Margit because he's a git.
Oh, Margit.
So he calls himself Margit.
Oh.
With a because I was saying Margit, thinking like, it's probably like a little fancier or something. No, it's Margit.
Oh, okay.
Margit the Fair Omen. It's so good. He's so. I want to know, like, we saw him in the trailer, right? And he puts the crown down. It looks like he puts the crown down on the chair and then walks out.
Yes.
In the trailer. When you see him in the game, he's already like up on a tower, like, I'm here to fuck you. And you're like, what's his story? What was his role in this?
Yeah, like where did he?
Because he's not an Elden Lord, right? He's not listed in that intro cutscene.
Yeah.
So like, what is his relation to everything? Who was?
And this comes full circle back to Georgie's question earlier, in the fact where there's a lack of story, where you have to sort of find those extra piece of story within item descriptions and whatnot, which a lot of players will not do.
Yeah, which is why it's like a shame almost in a way.
It's, and I feel like that's a loss on the player's part, but oh man, it was just good. It's so good. Man. And the games that do story like that, like if Poppy's like that, where it's like, you know, you piece together the story, sign me up. I love maybe this ties into like, I used to love reading H.P. Lovecraft, right? All his like bigotry and horrible shit aside, his writing was very like loose and very done in such a way to let your mind wander and create those horrors, right? These indescribable horrors. He has to describe them in a way that leaves your imagination to fill the gaps, right? And that's very much what's kind of happening in Dark Souls. And from what you say, it's kind of like that in Poppy, where you're piecing it together and you have to like find the tapes, find the story. I love that. That is such a huge like.
Yeah.
Oh, let me search. Let me have to like dig through for shit.
Yeah, because things like you could also miss it. Like you can play through that entire game and not like, say like you're introduced to the concept of the videotape and you have the first initial videotape that's unavoidable. And then from that point, you could just avoid or not catch any of the other videotapes. But it really takes away from the story and these little, like, nuggets of plot that you're given and these little, like, features that you see throughout. I mean, there's just so many little details. And I think that, like, for a horror... This is why I brought it up, because, like, for a horror game, and especially for an indie horror game, because I've just looked and I didn't... So it's by Mob Games, I think they're called. And I didn't see any other games listed by them. So for, like, a very, like... you know, small company, I think, and I need to look more into them, having that level of, like, detail and things, like, it's really impressive. It's very, very impressive. So it makes me quite excited for, like, the next chapters. Personally, I'd say from playing Chapter 1, having to wait for Chapter 2, I'd probably wait for the release of it all, because I think that, like, you'll then just have everything there and you can just search through the whole game, and there might be bits and pieces that might change in the other chapters. That was something they did with Bendy, is they actually went back and changed details and rechanged things even after release. So, like, playing it chapter by chapter didn't necessarily, like, unless you just wanted to play it, like, it didn't change loads for you. But I think that, like, as someone who's now played Chapter 1, I'm gonna have to play Chapter 2. Like, I now can't wait. So I think it's entirely up to you. Yeah. I would recommend it.
I definitely, it's on my list, but I think this one I might wait just until all the chapters are out. Yeah. Just because of the nature of it, I feel like I'm going to be very much itching for that next bit, and so I'm going to start digging into the fandom, and I'm going to start looking for stuff. Like, that's very much the type of person I am, which is probably why I like Dark Souls games, right? Because I love that, like, oh, there's more information there, you just have to, like, dig for it. Yeah. I do that even when there's not more information there, right? Like,
okay.
You know, I've mentioned it before in passing and like off stream, but a lot of my social media and stuff is all doctored to be like to get information early, to like get the ins and outs and find news and backstories and stuff like that. I follow a lot of like insiders, I guess you could say, people that have insights into the company through one way or another, and will often not leak games, right? Because that's a big no-no. Developers work hard, marketing teams work hard. It's fucked up to ruin that surprise of leaking a game. But to hear rumors of, hey, this person just got hired to work on this team, and you go, oh, well, that person's a writer who's worked on horror games, and this team is known for doing this at Capcom. We're probably looking at a new Resident Evil. Like, that's speculation and digging for information. That's a very,
that's fine.
Big part of something I enjoy.
Yeah.
Like I said, again, there's a fine line between that and like leaks and information coming.
I don't agree with leaks at all, because I'm just like, damn it, really? But like, speculation.
People's hard work is getting ruined. But
yeah, speculation. Like, even when it's like you speculate and it's the game that you're sort of like talking about, you're like, yes, knew it, sort of thing. Even if it isn't, it's a nice surprise when it's something else. You're like, oh, so they're putting this out instead.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens a lot with fighting games, right? We all know the Capcom one, right? The recent Street Fighter announcement. We all knew it was going to be Street Fighter.
Yeah.
But anytime like a leak came out or something, we would literally you would see just a whole bunch of people. No, shut the fuck up. Leaks aren't cool.
Yeah.
Nah,
just we're quick to shut it down. Everyone knew, but
on the flip side, though, I will say that sometimes leaks are deliberate. Like they sometimes do leak things
from the country
deliberately,
themselves?
and they class it as a leak because they're like, oh no, we didn't want you to know that bit of information, but now that you know it,
not just for the hype, but also to test the waters on shit, right? To be like, oh, what's the reception going to be to this if we leak out? Like, hey, we're changing this character dramatically in this way. Saints Row would be a good example, right? Everyone's so used to Saints Row, you're playing the character you make, or it's following like Johnny Gat and these specific Saints. So they leaked out, or they leaked early Saints Row stuff showing like, hey, none of those people are here. This is all new stuff, to see what the reaction was going to be.
Yeah.
Now, granted, they didn't change out of any of it. I think in the end they opted to stick with it, but they came out and they said, hey, and they explained themselves a little bit. They knew to like try to provide some buffer information to mitigate how many people were going to give them backlash for not having the characters they expected.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's really, there's a lot.
Yeah. I think one of the worst leaks I've ever seen. Have you guys both played Last of Us 2?
No. I say no.
Well,
I've played a little bit of it and then just didn't continue.
Okay. Well,
I watched a playthrough because I didn't have any intention of playing it, but I really like the voice actors in it.
yes.
I'm big fans of Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson. They both are on Critical Role, so I was like, I want to hear their work. I want to support.
Okay.
So I watched like a full LP,
playthrough.
but I didn't physically play it.
Okay. Well, I won't say too many spoilers in case you guys decide you want to play it, although Patch, you probably know this already, but there was a big leak in it of major plot points, and the backlash from that leak was absolutely horrendous. People hated what they'd done with it, and then they ended up having to like release the game. Like I think they still released it on time because the leak was like shortly before. But it was not.
Yeah, it can definitely be mega damaging.
Can I ask what it was, or would it like spoil it for others?
I think I know what it is, and it's, if anyone has any intention, it's a pretty big spoiler.
Okay, I think we'll avoid.
Yeah, I can tell you off stream if you want to know.
Yeah,
but, like,
sure.
It's a pretty.
A lot of the things that pissed people off about that game, it was very stupid and tied into the wrong. Like I should really stop saying things are stupid because it feels like it's belittling the people, but like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand where
it's
people
just go-to words. I know what you mean.
Man.
Yeah.
Where?
I think the problem with that game though was that with how strong the first game was, a sequel game was always going to be a slight issue because they had to keep it up to the standard and the storytelling and the writing of the first game. And for me personally, it didn't hold up as well. It does later, but you've really got to get through and drag through a load of filler in a way.
I don't know if that's...
It all was purpose, but there was just so much filler, and it just didn't hold up. Whereas the first game, everything you did was very specific, and it was very like you're in an area for a reason. And it had a lot of purpose, and you had a lot of story. Even just walking around, there was so much story, just between the character interaction, and it was interesting. And there was so much morally that was like corrupt in making these decisions. Whereas like in the second game, I didn't get. There is that as well, but it's not.
It felt more ham-fisted. It felt like they were forcing you into these positions to try to be like, see, you should like these characters. And it was like,
Yeah, well, even
it really wanted you to like everyone.
Yeah,
it really
just, like, the main choice of the game, of like the direction that the characters go in, you don't get any choice in that. You don't get any say in that. Whereas like moral decisions in the first game, you do get a bit more of a say in. There's some ones you don't because it's plot driven, but like
that one's tricky, right? Because there are some games I think really benefit from having decision making, and then there's some that I'm like, just give me the linear story. I feel like this would have been better off as just a chunk of story that I could digest as is, and I wouldn't have to worry about running through it a million times, especially when developers are really like ham-fisted with trying to shove a message or something like that. They want to like get a point across. I'm not against them putting their point into the game, right?
Yeah.
Do it. It's your art. It's your medium. Express yourself your way.
Yeah.
Try to... I mean, at the end of the day, I think it was just poorly written.
Yeah.
You get so fixated on we have to drive this point home that you overlook so much else in the writing.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot, especially when you want to apply all these moral decisions. So having less moral decisions or having them not be as impactful doesn't normally bother me. In this context, I do understand, though, because that first game, it's like a pretty significant decision you make at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, even for the second game to occur, you had to pick only one of those endings could be true, right?
Yeah.
In a long time. So to kind of like that, it's hard. It's hard to have done a second game, right? Without even what if you had gone the other option, right? What if you chose that other option in the first game?
Yeah, I think though that like with the first game, it does kind of drive you towards a very specific point. And like the whole point of the game is like you have this character, she is, she's a young girl, you want to save her, you want to do anything that you can to save her, this relationship and this rapport with her. Essentially, like you as the player become that parental figure. You're playing as Joel, you're playing as a parental figure, you know his past, you know what's happened, you know how he is driven and how yourself are driven, and morally, as a parent, how you would act in that situation, I think is very realistic and very well done, because what parent would most likely, sacrifice their child for the good of the world. No parent that I know, to be honest, would do it. Like, absolutely not. But morally, if you take that emotion out of it, in the
grand scheme of things,
in the grand scheme of the world, what should happen is that Ellie should have died on that table, and they should have experimented on her. And that's what should have happened.
It's the whole sort of one dies to save many sort of talk, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And but it's the fact that, like, if she, for example, was an adult woman, or she was an elderly man, or she was a middle-aged person, like how different would that
It's a very different dynamic versus
that decision was the way it was.
Father-daughter
The father-daughter dynamic, yeah. What if it had been, like, Joel's wife, or husband, or whatever instead? Like, it's an interesting moral story because it's essentially from the aspect of like a parent.
Yes.
And so it's morally a lot of people make that choice. However, when you get then to the second game, you can I think in the way it's written, like you can understand the motivations of the characters. I think for me it was the way the characters were written and some of the characters were quite unlikable, whereas I didn't find a character that I actually disliked in the first game. Like I liked all the characters. Very likable.
I find the main character unlikable in the second game.
Yeah, I think
I find like I'll just I just think it was very like I get what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
But because the character was unlikable and acting the way she was, I was just like, I don't care.
Yeah, I think she was so like lovable in the first game, and like you know obviously everything that Joel goes through and you protect her, and then you just get to like the second game where she's immediately just treating him like an asshole, and you're just kind of like, excuse me, like, do you know what this man has been through, like, for you, and you're just treating him like that?
It feels like such a like
it was that
departure, like it didn't feel like
it was that stereotypical bratty. The way it came across to me was like that. She almost came across younger than she was, like that stereotypical like bratty teenager, in the way that she like treated him and was like almost sulking, like, Dad. Like, I just didn't like the way.
That's a good way to put it. They like regressed her into a like snotty teenager.
Yeah, but she's not meant to be.
How would she ever? Yeah.
At that point.
That type of
you're
character
saying
development
she sort of regressed.
didn't have occurred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they regressed her character, considering she knew a lot that had been through.
Because she's quite mature. I know, like, she's quite young in the first game, but given the world and the state of the situations that they find themselves in, she's quite mature. Like mentally mature, but like for them to regress and make her a little bit more, I don't know, like you're saying, like bratty in the second one, it's like, hold on, why are they backtracking?
Yeah, so I think that like it's going to be interesting if they do a third one to see, because obviously the character arc that she goes through in the second game is quite a big character arc, and same again, it's very moral, and when you compare it to the first game.
Do you think they're going to do a third one?
I feel like they've left it open for a third one. I feel like they've left it to a point where they will.
I really hope they're not. I really hope they don't.
I, in a way, hope they do,
be honest,
but I hope that they do another story in the universe, so I hope that it's not with the same characters. Because the universe
that would be good.
Is interesting. And the actual clickers and everything, and the mutations, and the actual zombie mutation, the way it's going, is intriguing. That's a fair shout. So I'd like to see a jump in the future.
I think that's a hard thing to do. I would love if companies did that, right? The Final Fantasy thing of... Even Final Fantasy doesn't do it right, because even Final Fantasy, every game is a different world. It's a different universe.
No, they do, but the sequels are never that good. So they do it.
Oh, 10. You're talking about 10, right?
Oh, that's true.
No, I'm
10
talking
and 10 2 and 13 and 13 2 and 13 3.
10 2 is tolerable. 13 2, 13 3, 13 bloody elite.
I've completely erased them from my memory. I have completely erased them because those games don't exist and they can no longer hurt me.
They are absolute trash.
Yeah, but so those are
the worst example.
I don't know if I would count those because they are following the same characters still too, right? I'm talking about,
but they are sequels.
Completely like the world is cool, right? Here's the cool world, and like this story's happening over here, this story's happening over here, like that. They're completely detached. The only link is that they are occurring in the same universe or the same world, right?
Yeah.
I wish more people would do that.
Yeah, but if they do like a spin-off story.
I don't think. Yeah, like not even a spin-off, right? No connection to the previous one.
Well, okay, yeah, no, that's fair. I was going to say 13-2 does feature some of the main characters, but actually you're not playing the main characters. You're playing actually a character that actually was a very much a side character. Because you're playing Sarah, who's Lightning's sister, who was in a chrysalis state the entire of the first game. So you're actually not playing the same character, and then there's another character who's a completely NPC character that wasn't even in the first game, and you're actually in a different kind of area of the world because everything's gone to pot. So it is kind of different, and it does feature the characters, but they're not exactly the same.
I thought of one game that does it.
Oh, okay, go on.
Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, Monster Hunter.
Every Monster Hunter game is like a new region, and there might be some like monster crossover, but they're completely independent stories from one another in different like lands, all within the same world. Right?
Oblivion,
Pokemon,
and Skyrim, Elder Scrolls.
Pokemon, there you go. Pokemon's a good one.
They're in the same universe.
Elder Scrolls. My problem is I feel like Elder Scrolls. The hot take: Elder Scrolls is mega overrated. They're good games.
I like Skyrim. I do like Skyrim. Yeah. Skyrim was my favorite.
Fine. I'm not saying they're bad. Am I saying they're a bad game? There's a lot of good. There's a lot of enjoyable things in those games, but Bethesda does not release not broken games. Like just on a mechanical aspect or like a structural integrity of those games, they are made of Swiss cheese and paper and like maybe some gum and a little bit of spit, and they're sticking it all together and praying because. Woof.
But I think
you're right. It's it's the same world, just different, and that pulls it off.
Yeah,
because again, there's no like context of like I have to try to connect this. I have to make sure that these homies from around the world are all kissing at the end of the day. No.
Yeah.
Just give me a fresh land, new country, new.
Life is strange. Island. Life is strange as well. Actually,
I've never played that series, so I don't know.
Yeah,
no, I've not played that.
Life is strange.
If they're good.
Yeah. They are actually quite good games.
I heard the new one. People were a little. So I guess they're different. Like, is each one a different psychic ability tied to almost human emotion? Is my understanding.
So the
new one's like empathy.
So
I mean, to be fair, I think empathy is a superpower.
Not really, actually. That's not the way I'd describe it. So the Life is Strange games are actually quite interesting because they're all set in the same universe, and there are links between each of the games, and you do have characters that feature in some games that will be crossed over into others, but you may not necessarily realize it at the time. And so, like in the first game, you've got the characters and stuff, and then in the second game, you've got characters from the first game that's like in, and the aftermath of the first game is mentioned in the second game. And then I don't know about the most recent because I haven't played it, but I think there is a character from the first game is actually one of the main characters in the third game. So they do all link. But there are, so each of the main characters has a power, or there is a side character with them that has a power, and each of the powers. You're right, it does seem relatively triggered by emotion. So when emotion is kind of involved, that will trigger the power. However, as far as I'm aware, there has been no actual explanation as to any of the characters' powers, where they come from, if it's genetic, if they've always had the power, if it's, where it's like there has been no actual explanation as to what these powers are.
Okay.
And where they come from, because we've had 4 characters throughout the whole series that have had powers, or at least suspected powers. 3 of them definitely confirmed. 1 of them is a theory because she did something and it kind of looked like she used power, but they weren't sure. And
there are 4 games, so it's there's one per game.
So there's one in Before the Storm, which is the theory one. So that's set before the first game. Then there's the first game where there's Max. Then there's the second game where it's the main character's younger brother, but it's been a while since I've played it, so I can't remember his name. And then the 4th game, it's the main character again. So, but there's been, no confirmation of, where these characters have come from, where the powers have come from. Have they just randomly appeared? Have they always had these powers? You sometimes don't always get out the explanation. So it makes the games interesting, but same again, it makes me want a game where a character actually goes to try to find out where the powers are from, whereas none of the characters, as far as I'm aware, have actually done that yet, which to me is kind of weird, because if you randomly got a power, surely you would want to know where that power's from. And it's my biggest issue with the Life is Strange games is that
sometimes I like a mystery never to be solved as well, though.
Yeah, but I want to know. Because there's multiple characters with these powers, so if multiple people throughout the world just start randomly getting powers, there's something bigger at play here, and that is something that could be really interestingly tied into a game and what's going on. So it's but it never explains it. So there's just people with random powers and no one seems to bat an eyelid. And it's but then it's not a universe where people are known to have powers because other people don't have these powers when you're playing that one game. So it's just really weird. So it's just what? So I don't know. It's yeah. Same again. It's another one where I want another game in the universe to explain it, but. Yeah, but speaking of Life is Strange, the thing I'm actually excited about with that is definitely coming, is the Life is Strange TV show that's coming out.
Oh, do you think they'll explain more in that?
I hope so, with Pedro Pascal playing Joel.
Ooh, Pedro Pascal is an egg. Sign me up.
I am very excited.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal's playing Joel in the Last of Us TV show or the Life is Strange TV show?
No, Last of Us TV show.
Okay.
I wanted to mention it, but we accidentally got to Life is Strange, and I wanted to talk about the TV show.
Yeah, we're
and then we did the tangent.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
We're so good at it. We're so good at it.
We're really good. We're really, really good at tangenting. But
it's really natural.
No, the Life is Strange TV show that's coming out. Yeah, it's Pedro Pascal, and it's one of the girls of Game of Thrones, but it was one of the later seasons that I didn't see. She looks like a pretty good fit. But I'm very excited because it's obviously going to be episodic. I'm hoping that they'll kind of dive into some of the other characters in the first game.
Oh, I do like episodic.
And sort of give a bit more context to the story.
Oh, Bella Ramsey.
But it could be really good.
It could be very good. It could be extremely very, very good. Because I will for all the shit I talk about. All the shit I talk about Last of Us 2, because I do. That's one of those games I talk a bunch of shit about because. The fan base was really passionate about it, but then even you could tell that even the fan base was yeah, to be fair, this isn't the greatest.
Yeah.
But the rope physics, God help us, look how pretty this thing is. Look at the accessibility features. And I'm that's great, but everything that surrounds is not great.
Yeah.
But the writing in that first game is so good. That story.
First game is very good.
The intro to the first game is I cried.
Yeah, it's emotional.
Got me.
Yeah.
I'm coming to grips with the fact that it's very easy to make me cry in video games and movies.
I get attached.
Yeah, I didn't cry at that bit, but there was a few moments later. There was some like stuff later on that definitely got me, and that's rare. Getting me to cry at a video game, oh, that's rare.
I get attached.
But no, I'm
very
super
easily.
excited for this.
What's the last thing I cried at something recently? What was it? I think it might have actually. This is gonna sound real bad, and it wasn't. I wasn't crying about Elden Ring, but I think it was someone's reaction to Elden Ring got me to cry because they were just like so like. Like you think I love this game. The Soul series are like crucial to this person's personality and their content and stuff, and they're just talking like, let me tell you about like the sheer joy of being able to share. Like, let me pause all the acting for a minute. Let me tell you about like how much happy I am, or how happy I am about being able to share this with you guys, and how important this is to me. And like, that got me. I'm a big old wimp. Got me crying. I'll take it.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, yeah. That's. How do we get on the? We got on Life is Strange and The Last of Us from Poppy's Playhouse. How did we get there?
We're just the masters of tangenting.
Well,
yeah, we gotta do like 7 degrees.
Was there any other news that you had? Because that was on my news. Because we already talked about the Capcom countdown and the Elden Ring stuff.
News-wise, there has been so this is fighting game related, so this might be a real niche. We can glance over this pretty quick. Nintendo pulled Smash from Evo. Which Evo is the biggest like singular fighting game tournament. That's not a series, right?
Oh.
So there's like Capcom does their world tour every year, and that has a culmination event, right? Like the Capcom Pro Cup. Tekken has a world tour, and that ends in the Tekken World Tour Finals.
Okay.
Evo is a standalone community event that has gotten so big it takes over the Mandalay Bay Arena in Las Vegas. It started from a very small community. It's been around forever.
Yeah.
And Nintendo has pulled Smash Brothers from it, which is like a third of the people that go. And they just said, our game can't be there.
Why?
Sorry, guys.
Did they say why?
Because Nintendo and Capcom both love shitting on their communities.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wow.
There's nothing really new there. Nintendo especially is very stingy about like any licensing or usage of their characters. Yeah. And anything that they would consider not lining up with their values. So like competitive Smash has always been on that chopping block because one, to play Smash competitively, you have to change the rules of the game. There's no items. It's 1v1, 3 lives, and only on certain stages that don't have like stage hazards. Because it's a contest, right? You need to make it as fair playing ground as possible.
Yeah.
But with that, there's also, people playing at that level are more mature. There's a little more language getting thrown around. There's been some controversies in the past. So Nintendo being like, we don't want Smash at these events that aren't run by Nintendo anymore. While real shitty and really like kind of like, wow, they really are like, don't care about their community that plays these games for years after they're gone, right? Like, yeah, Smash comes out every time there's a new character, there's a little spike, but Smash Melee got played competitively for like 10 years or something like that. That game's been around forever. People are still carrying around CRT TVs to play that game. It's nuts. And Nintendo's just like, we don't care about that community. Not our problem. And within a week of that happening, Capcom turned around and did almost the same thing. Except instead of pulling themselves out of the biggest tournament, they basically stepped on all their community organizers. They came out and basically said, hey, if you want to run any sort of Capcom, like Street Fighter tournament, you're going to have to get a license from us. You need to get like a gaming license.
Oh, shit.
Or like a tournament owner license. And that was a big hit to the community, right? Because like obviously they're not going to go after the real small guys that hold a little tournament for like 20 people. No one's going to notice that. And obviously the bigger guys who are running the tournaments have now turned into thousands of people. They're getting protected. Like they're going to obviously work with Capcom. Capcom's not going to screw over their marketing. But there's this whole middle ground of community that just got owned. Just if you want to throw an event with our game, you better get a license. If you have this many spectators, if you make this much money, if you do this, like there was a whole document that came out. And now, granted, within like 12 hours, Twitter did its thing, and Capcom made a statement saying they're going to revisit that policy and look at it again.
Yeah.
But it's just like within a week, 2 different fighting game communities got drilled by the companies who they keep giving money to. And it's just like, man,
well done.
This is what are you guys doing? Why was this the decision?
Well, yeah,
why is that a thing?
Yeah, seems like a really foolish decision, but it also doesn't shock me.
Now, Evo has also come out and said, like, hey, we hope to see Smash or Nintendo returning in the future. So this might just be a temporary thing. Who knows what's going on with it? But
yeah,
that's the one that's still up in the air. Capcom is probably going to fix their issue. That it's not going to really affect any of their main stage stuff.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a big community pushback being like, one, people were already kind of pissed about the trailer, right?
Yeah.
Because the trailer was a real letdown. And then they come out and go, oh yeah, by the way, all these like middle of the road tournaments, your weeklies, your little group weeklies, because over the course of a year they make over like $2,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
They better get a license. They better get permission. They have to get all these applications. Like, it was a whole giant ordeal, which was pretty butt ugly. People were pretty pissed about it, which I don't blame them, right?
No.
I don't think that's an unfair thing to be upset about.
Yeah.
Trying to just look real quick. I just realized I can't minimize any of this to pull up any other. Oh god, and now I'm getting a suntan. Oh no.
Oh,
well,
do you want me to swap the screen around?
Oh no. I was just pulling up. I thought I had one more story that I kept in the Discord, but I can't find it at the moment. So
let me have a look.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I had shared what it was.
There was also the Pokemon game announcement about Scarlet and Violet.
Oh,
and the new
that's
as
right.
well.
I mean, I'm not a big I haven't been in Pokemon in a while, but like I do have Shield. I dabbled with that. That was a bunch of fun. Them announcing a new generation so quickly, I thought that was interesting, and that's one of those things that I know enough people that play Pokemon that's worth being like, hey, for those of you that are in on it, they showed the first 3 starters. It's gonna be taking place in like a Spain type area. Which is why they went with Scarlet and Violet. It has to do something with the old Spanish flag.
Oh, right.
But that seemed neat. It was kind of weird that it's come out so quickly after they just released Pokemon Arceus, right? I think that just came out.
Yeah.
And you know, obviously there's a bunch of questions of, is this going to be like Arceus, or is this going to be
like
more of a traditional Pokemon game, right?
Yeah, like is Arceus like the start of something, or is Arceus a one-off and it's going to be like the previous? Because I think Arceus has been quite a big. I think it's been very successful. I think people have really liked that game. Now, a lot of people have compared it to like. I think someone said it was like Breath of the Wild. I think I heard some people comparing it to. I've not actually played it myself, but when I saw it, for me, I wasn't super keen because I hadn't played a Pokemon game in a while, and I kind of wanted to play more of like a traditional Pokemon game, which is why I went for Sword, because it was kind of like a good mix of like still traditional with the way that you do the combat and stuff, but also a little something new, whereas like Arceus is definitely a step away from that. But I know people absolutely love that game. Like, they absolutely love it.
See, I have some like big mixed feelings about Pokemon, right? Because like I played Blue when it came out, like on the original Game Boy Color, like that was sick. I played Silver. I think I played Emerald or Sapphire, but after that, it was pretty quick to see like games. They're not really doing anything different, right? They're just trying to like, we gotta make a new batch of monsters, and that's it. Here's the game, and it's amazing to me that they've managed to go as long as they have with so little like innovation, with so little change to the formula. They've been able to like consistently just keep selling a ton of games. I feel like that's why Arceus is doing so well, right? Because it was the first time they've done something drastically different from what they've done before.
Yeah.
But, oh man, I don't know. Mixed feelings on that one. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm not like the biggest, Nintendo mark. I think that was made clear by being like, hey, Nintendo's shitting on their fans.
Yeah.
I only play a few Nintendo games, but the ones I do play, I do enjoy.
Yeah, I was never a Nintendo kid, so I keep trying to get into them. I keep buying them. I bought like the Mario 35th anniversary thing. Yeah, I was definitely a PlayStation kid. I think we've had this discussion. Where
I think we have.
Yeah.
Old school PlayStation games.
PlayStation 1? Yes.
Yeah. I think the only other bit of news that I would say I've heard about is apparently, and I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but apparently the new Batman is insanely good.
I've heard some good. Yeah, I've heard some good things about this. I need to see it.
Chatter that the new Batman is insanely good. I'm actually quite curious as to what the rating is on it, like the score, because I've heard it's really good, and people are saying like this is my Batman. Like this Batman is like the best Batman. Is it Rotten Tomatoes usually, isn't it? I don't know if they will have rated it yet. 85%.
Holy shit,
and
that's
91% on the audience score. So this is extremely good. Because I was going to say, for some reason we seem to have a lot of really good movies. Well, we've got a lot of movies dropping this month. Well, actually I think next month.
Unfortunately,
which I'm very excited for.
I found myself I haven't been watching movies in a while, which is kind of I need to catch up.
Yeah,
I think
I've definitely fallen out.
I posted a tweet about this where it's like I prefer to watch a series over a film these days. I'm just more invested, so there's more character development for me. Films, I'm like, it just doesn't hold my attention much anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that films don't hold my attention, but it's just like, if I'm going to watch a movie, I want to sit down and watch a movie, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But I could, sit down and have the movie experience, watch the movie, or I could watch a streamer or a YouTube video while I play a game.
Yeah.
While I'm looking, I can do a bunch of whole low commitment things I want to do, or one high commitment thing.
Yeah.
And I guess I just, in my own brain, I find myself more often than not choosing over I don't want to say quantity over quality, right? Because
most films are not a quality
I feel like I'm missing out. I feel like being able to play Elden Ring while watching some of my favorite streamers play Elden Ring, that's two birds with one stone, right?
Yeah, it's a win-win, right?
Yeah, I'm not really losing in any sense.
But I couldn't. Yeah, so I agree. I couldn't play a game while watching a film because I'm trying to get invested. In a sense. So for example, the new Dune film that I watched, I heavily enjoyed that. That was actually really good. But if I was playing the game or trying to watch a stream in the background, I probably would not have caught on to a lot of the story and what was going on.
Yeah. You tend to
a lot of the nuance and stuff. There's man. Are there any movies recently that you guys have seen that have been I'm definitely gonna stop what I'm doing and watch this movie? Because I can only think of one in probably the last year.
I mean, I'm actually carving time out for myself to do that now, to catch up on movies and TV shows, because throughout the week I don't really watch any. So personally, I would say there's none, but I have seen a couple of good. I mean, what was it I watched one on Disney Plus. What was it? Oh, I watched the new what was it? The new Kingsman film.
Oh,
which I feel really there was another one that came out.
I didn't even know there was a new one.
Well, that's what I mean. I feel like it really breezed by everyone because I really enjoyed Kingsman 1 and 2.
They were good films.
They did a prequel film with Ralph Fiennes.
Oh,
my Voldemort.
I actually saw the trailer for that. Yeah.
Yeah, my Voldemort twin and Voldy twin, and it was set back in the early 1900s or whatever, and it was essentially how the Kingsman starts. So how the actual organization starts. So and it's set in the World War. So I watched that, and that was actually quite good.
Oh, I gotta have to watch that.
It was weird. There's a really weird bit where there's this dude tonguing someone's leg. It's really weird.
Wait,
and I was
say it again.
So this dude licking someone's leg. It's really strange.
What?
But it's quite a good film. Encanto as well. That's
you took turning and then went somewhere completely different with it. And I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he was licking Ralph Fiennes' leg, and I was
God.
what is
the Kingsman fields?
Proper.
They give me big Quentin Tarantino, Guy Ritchie vibes. I don't know if anyone else gets that. They give me big
for the Arthur film. He did the Arthur film, right?
Oh, he did do that Arthur film with Charlie Hunnam.
Yes,
Arthur
I actually loved that film.
Yeah, I liked that movie. I thought it was good.
What, based on King Arthur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it.
I wish they'd made it. So I think there was like a rumor that he was going to make it a trilogy, and I wish he had done that. I wish they'd actually expanded those parts, but
they just didn't make enough money, unfortunately. But also like I do feel a little bit like movie and TV show Arthur has been done to death. But what I want, and I was going to actually mention this earlier, so it's funny this came up. I want an open world RPG where you play like a knight, like one of his knights from the Round Table.
Elden Ring?
Because, well, but it's not Elden Ring, though, is it?
No,
it's
I get
like
you. I get you.
Arthur.
I mean,
so like playing as like Lancelot or something?
Yeah, or like.
So this was like the running joke last night when I went out with my buddies. Was everything they brought up was I would be like, they'd be like, "Oh man, this hand of cards sucks." I'm like, you know what hand doesn't suck? The hand's in Elden Ring. So you're like, no, like a King Arthur but you know, there's a round table in Elden Ring.
I mean,
and there's a king in Elden Ring.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, well, that's funny. There is.
There's a lot of crossover. So much in Elden Ring that like once you play it, I feel like it might check a bunch of boxes for you that you weren't like.
I'm doing a King Arthur build. I'm doing it. I'm doing a King Arthur
build. I'm really sucking this game off. But hey, man,
you really do.
I have never played a game that I've enjoyed so much in my life. Like I said, like even just like turning on like the right song while you're just riding across a field with a sword, you're like,
great.
I'm good.
I'm good. I could do this for the next 25 minutes. Let me listen to this. There's a band called The Sword.
Oh, like yes, I've seen them on your channel.
What a perfect. I play them all the time. It is so like I could just listen to one of their albums cover to cover while just riding, never fighting anything. And like the songs are stuff like How Heavy This Axe, Maiden Mother Crone, Battle Swan. Like,
is there a song called Maidenless?
And you're just like, you know what?
I swear to God,
I would have to look.
If there's a song called Maidenless, I will lose my shit.
Is there a song called Finger Maidens? Because if not, then they really need to make one.
Oh, it's so hard to look up now because everything is finger maiden jokes because of Elden Ring.
I was also gonna say, sorry, another crossover I realized as we were talking about Game of Thrones, but I think my internet was playing up. There's a character in Game of Thrones called Littlefinger.
Shit, yes, there is.
Finger Maidens, Littlefinger.
Oh, see.
Fingering Littlefinger.
Something that they like Miyazaki loves to do, right? There's a character in Dark Souls 3, Grey Rat, right?
Oh yeah.
And he's like the thief guy that meets you, and like he's in a prison cell. You help him, and then he's gonna get things for you. He like retrieves items for you. When you first meet that rat boy that you met, right? He's a gray rat, and he talks about how he'll go get an item for you.
Oh.
He's like, if you like talk to him a few times, he eventually goes, "Hey, like here's an item. Thanks for breaking the curse of me being a tree."
Yeah.
But if that's not good enough, like I could run back to where I was from and probably get something better for you.
Okay.
But they're gonna beat the shit out of me. You're like, oh, poor little guy. But that's a big hint to be like, hey, maybe there's a cool cave somewhere that involves some rat people that you might want to go check out and get some cool shit.
Yeah.
It's just that like that thread of carrying through of like gray rat one side, gray rat again.
Yeah.
God damn it. It's such a good game. I will never.
I know. I'm excited for Elden Ring 2.
I'm excited. I'm thinking DLC.
Ooh. Yeah.
They did some good DLCs for Dark Souls 3.
Yeah.
Give us another like maybe region per DLC.
Yeah.
I'd be so happy.
Even Dark Souls 2 apparently has really good DLC.
It does,
I know it's what you hate, but apparently the DLC for that game is
so
actually really
I think that's
good.
because the DLC is actually done by Miyazaki, where the base game wasn't.
Yeah.
Hate to put that guy, whoever directed that game, on blast, but like, R.I.P. dude. Unfortunately, you were given a real tough egg to crack, right? How do you follow up Dark Souls 1 without being the guy who made Dark Souls?
Yeah.
Very true.
A little weird. It feels bad.
Very true. I think that might be all the news, though. Is there anything else?
There is one more thing, because that reminded me.
Okay.
So this is a little more niche. I don't know how many of you guys are into books. I don't know how many of you guys are still actively like, I go out, I read this series.
I only read business books.
So
I know.
So there's a fantasy author that I'm a pretty big fan of, right? His name's Brandon Sanderson. He's pretty famous for the Mistborn series.
Mistborn.
Yeah. So they were, I want to say they're like more of like a young adult series.
Okay.
He also did this series I'm currently reading called the Stormlight Archives, which are
I think I've heard of those.
fucking sick. I've talked about them a bunch. They are amazing.
Yeah.
It's even like everything down to like the way magic works, the money system, just the world he's created. It's so sick. They're like the audiobook alone is like 42 hours or something like that of just the first one.
Shit.
These are serious novels.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sound it.
Yeah.
Also, there's a show recently called Wheel of Time.
Yes.
That was on Amazon. It was pretty popular. Some people weren't so into it. There's some drama. I don't know it all, but that's also based off of a book series that didn't get finished. What happened with the book series was the author passed away, I believe.
Oh no.
Oh, right.
This guy had the fucking balls to finish this other person's series. I guess he spoke with like the other person's. I guess he spoke with their spouse and like their estate owners and stuff like that. We're like, hey, you know, I'm willing to like take his notes. Could we finish the series for the fans?
I really wish someone did that with Berserk, but at the same time,
apparently he did a good ass job. Like, even some of those end books might be better than the original stuff.
Oh,
which is kind of like whoa. Why this ties into the news in Elden Ring is because one, obviously he's co-workers with George. They're, you know, they both write fantasy novels. And there have been a couple of interviews that have surfaced recently. They're a little bit older, but they've come to light recently of him being like, they hired a guy that does vlogs about football, American football, instead of finishing his fantasy series. Meanwhile, I'm over here 3 series deep, just finished the next or 4th one or whatever, and I play the Dark Souls games all the time. Why didn't they call me? Yeah. And it's like, it's getting a little spicy. Okay. So then there started to be the rumor, what if he turns around and finishes Game of Thrones?
Ooh.
And a lot of people started taking that real serious. They were like, that would be like the ultimate, like, you took my dream game, I got you. I'm gonna finish your series for you and do it better. Right? So that started getting hype. I was like, right? We're getting saucy here. This is getting hype.
Yeah.
Then it was like some point in the last week, he posts a YouTube video calling, I'm apologizing to my fans, I've lied to you. And people freaked out. They were like, what is this guy about to do?
Yeah.
Turns out what he did was he went, I said I was going to be taking a break. I'm working on some other stuff, blah, blah, blah. And what I accidentally did was, and he just reaches down and pulls up a stack of papers like this and goes, I wrote a novel. And then he continues his story. And by the end of the video, he now has 4 novels in front of him completed.
Oh,
and he launched a Kickstarter to self-publish these novels.
Ooh.
So this is I don't want to say on the extreme of Critical Role's Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And it's definitely caught some criticism. But in 24 hours, he raised $15.4 million.
Holy shit.
Yeah. To self-publish some books. Yeah. Yep.
Holy shit.
I don't know what his original goal was.
He's
couldn't find it for the life of me.
Books, isn't he?
Yeah, holy shit. Damn, son.
His goal was to raise $1 million in 30 days.
Okay. Well, he destroyed that goal.
They reached $1 million in 35 minutes.
Oh!
Shit. So what is it still
in
open?
24 hours he raised 15.4. By Thursday he reached 19 million.
Jesus, man.
Is it still open?
I mean, I'm assuming so. He set the goal for 30 days, so he's probably still receiving money.
Wow.
Damn.
That's nuts.
Now when when I say this guy writes good fantasy, like so I've read the Witcher books recently.
Yeah.
I read The Lord of the Rings recently, like the full series. except the Silmarillion. I include the Hobbit. I almost want to say these books might be better. These books are like, when I say epic fantasy stories, they are like, epic. And without spoiling anything, I can like give like the buzzword line, which is like, this guy's basically included Iron Man suits and lightsabers and cool magic in ways that like it makes sense in a fantasy world. It is incredible. It's like swords that can cut through anything, but when they touch human flesh, they just cut your soul. So like, slice your arm's still there, but you have no use of it. It's just paralyzed, dead to the world. And it's like, just there's so much crazy stuff that he's come up with in these fantasy books that is awesome. Like, it's amazing.
Do you think they would make like a series out of anything he does then?
Well, that's so now that he's raised, almost $20 million.
Just straight to Netflix and be like, well, hey, listen.
I'm gonna assume it can only, because I feel like a big part of this renaissance of like, especially fantasy Kickstarters, right? People writing D&D expansion books. It's really like kicked off because of Wormwood. People that make like gaming tables.
Oh yeah.
They do a Kickstarter like once a year to do their next product line. And Critical Role with their like giant Kickstarter they did for the recent series that just wrapped up. Which I don't know if any of you guys watched that. That was an excellent series. That series, if you guys are looking for a good animated series to kill maybe like a day or two, you should check out The Legends of Vox Machina. It's on Amazon Prime.
Oh, I did.
It's so good.
Yeah, I'm glad you recommended it.
That's another one of those like that was a Kickstarter that was supposed to be a like 40-minute special.
And got turned into really like well, and voice actors. Top tier voice acting.
Titmouse.
Okay.
Titmouse Animation Studio.
They did it really well.
Yeah, that's another one that I think they set out to raise like $750,000 and like 15 times that, like 100 times that.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm trying to see Critical Role.
I want Legend of Vox Machina sort of season 2 now. I need that.
Oh yeah, the fact that man,
it was just too good. Each episode was really good.
It was so what they covered in that first season was like, I want to say almost 6 months of Dungeons and Dragons games.
Oh shit.
Like they cover a lot, probably more than that. They had like, because they also had to obviously change things. You're not going to get all the nuances and details. Relationships that develop over months and months and months. You have to do that in like 2 or 3 episodes for a lot of these. So it was really well done. Oh yeah, they ended up raising $12 million.
Ooh.
Wow.
So actually, compared to Brandon Sanderson now raising, $20 million.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That they only raised $12 million for an animated series.
Wow.
This guy just raised $20 million to publish some books.
Yeah.
If he doesn't make a series, I'm gonna fight him. Like this guy, especially throwing shade at George R.R. Martin, being like, I can't believe this guy got to make the game of my dreams.
Yeah.
You better do something with that money, son.
Yeah.
You better. That is crazy that you. Oh, wow. I didn't realize. I knew he launched the Kickstarter. That was going to be the end of my news. I didn't know about the back blowout, the like $20 million.
That's nuts. Well, hopefully.
$22 million.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the fact that there's. Series. If this book series is bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen to this guy.
I do not know.
Goes into hiding. He's got 20 million. He can go into hiding.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he has 20 million. He's got a lot of options.
Yeah.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
So was that? I think that's it for the news and stuff, isn't it?
Is that all the news?
And I don't think we had any sort of like reactions to what's around this time, was it?
No, I don't think we really had any this time. Yeah, there's not been too much in regards to new like gaming or movie stuff that's kind of come out recently.
Yeah.
Not really
except
much
Elden Ring, but
except Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I think we've sucked Elden Ring off a lot today.
Just
not enough, because this. Look, I'm gonna be real. As soon as this is over, I'm going back in. I'm playing more. I'm
I don't blame you, mate. I honestly don't blame you.
My body is ready for Elden Ring.
You ready to finger some maidens?
Oh my god.
God.
Oh my god.
I have to. There's a tweet I need to tag you in, Georgie. You're gonna get tagged on some tweets.
Of course.
God.
There have been quite a few reactions. I think you'll watch them and just be like, yeah, okay.
On that note, then I think we should look for someone to raid out to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anyone you want to suggest?
I'll have a look now.
I don't know who's on. I haven't been looking. Looky, look.
Lucky eyeballs.
All right, so we want to avoid raiding into like something crazy like a hentai artist, right? That's not. Not that I.
Yeah, let's maybe avoid that.
I actually, to be honest, I don't have like any small like. This sounds bad. The only people I have on right now are all sitting at they're much larger streamers. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we need to raid any of them. When we're talking 12,000 viewers, we don't need to raid
I see someone on.
You got someone?
Pan's on.
Ooh,
Pants?
Pan.
Oh, Pan.
Pansy.
Pan.
I thought you said pants. Is Pan on?
Pants is on. Yeah,
Pan is on.
Oh. So again, browser. I didn't refresh.
Yeah, let's raid Pan.
Let's do that.
Let's go see Pan. What's she playing? Tormented Souls?
Tormented Souls. That looks like
oh,
a
that's
horror
that
game.
Resident Evil. It's a Resident Evil throwback, kind of.
Oh,
it's
sweet.
styled in that fixed camera angles. It's neat.
Do you want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Who's got it? I forget that when I reply to things, I am definitely still signed in as chat lords.
Right, should we do an outro? Right, guys, thank you so much.
Yeah.
An outro, yeah.
Right,
guys.
We out.
Oh,
see?
We out. Bye. So thank you so much everyone for watching today, and this has been a lot of fun. I don't know what we're gonna do next week. Potentially it might be the Twitch growth and discussion episode. But also we did mention about doing a Resident Evil episode that has now piqued my interest and kind of made me go. But
Resident Evil retrospective would be quite fun.
I know that would be really
talk about some of the old shit.
We're gonna talk about punching boulders.
Oh my god! I mean, that would just be worth it for every second.
Yes, those biceps. Daddy
But yeah,
Chris?
so guys,
yes,
so Patch, why don't you tell everyone where they can find you?
Oh, hey, well, you guys can catch me over at twitch.tv/patchthesquid, playing a shit ton of Elden Ring and fighting games. KOF 15 is on the menu at some point. Killer Instinct's gonna get back in there, but for right now, it's Elden Ring and metal music. That's a lot of it.
Nice. Yeah.
Go ahead.
What about you, Cage?
You'll find me at twitch.tv/soul_strike, and you'll find me on Monday playing Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Ooh.
Oh yes, and I'm gonna be playing Renegade for life.
Ooh.
Okay, so you're leaning in. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna play
Arsehole
Arsehole Shepherd. I'm playing as Arsehole Shepherd.
Nice.
So usually I play games like
Saucy
I'm
Boy
pure
Lord,
Paragon. I'm pure always nice. This time I play the Arsehole, and I see what trouble I get into.
I'm gonna enjoy seeing how you do that because you're so nice. You making those decisions. You're gonna be like,
I'm
I
curious.
feel so bad.
I know.
I want Soul Strike to lean into it. Let me see the dark side of Soul Strike.
Oh my god, you're gonna see it come out.
I'm excited.
We'll do a face swap. You can be the heel. I'll be the good guy. I'll have to play a game and make only nice decisions.
Oh yes.
Maybe that.
Oh, shit.
Maybe. God, no.
I would love to see that.
Did you? I don't know who saw my struggle in the last dating sim, but trying to be nice to those man, I hated. Yeah. I literally stopped playing it because I hated every option to date. I was like, all these people suck so bad. And of course, the one character I like is the one who's playing hard to get. I'm like, fuck this game. I don't want to do this.
Georgie, my friend, where can our friends find you?
So you guys can find me on twitchtv.georgiegames. You can also find me on my YouTube channel, Georgie Games, as well. So if you guys like reaction content, I'm currently producing some on there, going through the League of Legends animatics at the moment. So that's a lot of fun. So yeah, you can catch me on there, guys. So yeah, I know. And soon I may even be dabbling into some League of Legends. I've put it off for a while.
You gotta send me a message for that one because I've been waiting. I need to learn this roster before the fighting game comes out. So I need to know what characters to like start wishing for, right?
I know, I'm trying to learn at the minute. It's really great because everyone that's watching the videos is really helping and being like, right, you should look at this and you should look at this. And it's like, it's great because I'm like, oh cool, now I've got to play start and I can start like learning more of like the lore. But good God, there's a lot of lore. There is so much.
I'm sure.
Each video, there is so much lore, and I'm just there like being blown away by like the eye animation. And I'm just like, oh
I'm gonna have to rewatch Arcane while playing Elden Ring.
Oh man, yeah.
I don't know how many times I've watched Arcane now, but
I watched a bit today. I was like,
just a little, just a little taste, just a little Arcane as a treat.
I watched episode 7 because I wanted to see the fight between 2 of the characters.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
In case you haven't seen it, it's great. The music in that fight, God, it's so good. The soundtrack is just.
I'm so excited. To
the
see
animation
more.
never
More
falters.
It is coming out next year, though. By the way, it is coming out next year.
Oh God, that's like they announced Jujutsu Kaisen's next season's like next year. And
Yes, Jujutsu Kaisen. Everyone should watch that.
All right, we can tangent off again. Let's wrap this up.
Should we wrap this up?
Yeah. Everyone, we will be back next Tuesday. What am I about? Next Sunday? No.
Tuesday.
We're streaming every night this week.
Oh God.
Okay, we will be back next Saturday. I think we're potentially going to chat about maybe moving it an hour later, just because of internet issues.
Yeah, we'll work all that out later.
It's all good. It's all good.
Whoa. Excellent.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ryan.
Spooger, don't you worry.
Spooger's great. Okay, I'm gonna get this for sent.
Hope the editing went well.
Put us.
Good night, Magic. Good night, Metalini.
Good night. Good night,
good sir, Mrs. Booth.
Metalini,
I gotta go
please.
get my puppy.
Metalini, please get some water. Alright, we're gonna send it. Good night, everyone.
Peace. Mm-mm-mm.